Good evening if you are in America, and good morning if you're in Japan, which is where I am. Today I just came back from the place to get my visa renewed, and so that's why I'm running about 15 to 20 minutes late. But here I am. I made it, and it is now time to begin writing manga. Exciting, super cool. Here's the music that we're listening to today. It's a Soviet Union music records video. It lasts for 3 hours, so hopefully we can enjoy it all. I have with me today my delicious milk tea that I'm going to be drinking throughout the stream. Probably going to have more. I don't know. But it looks like I am live and streaming, which is great. And I can just keep this on live and see myself. There we go. Cool. Neat. It works. Awesome. I'm excited. All right. So here I am today. I am Joshua Stevenson. If you do not know, that is me. Whoops, I accidentally closed my stream. I am creating a manga called Viable, which is it's a Copyleft manga. And I'm going to explain that for a little bit. Hey Rihanna, yes, I am feeling much better today. I felt pretty sick last week, but this week I only cough occasionally. So I would say it is a drastic improvement of how I was feeling. But that being said, I am here, I'm alive, and I'm excited to get started writing. Alright, so today I'm going to be writing for my manga Viable, and Viable is a Copyleft manga. Which means that you are free to copy, distribute, and modify it under the terms of the free art license. Which basically means the free art license basically says all you have to do is credit me, and you can re-upload, you can copy and paste and everything. I'm actually going to be going to go to edit here, and I'm going to allow the share permissions. So that way you guys can get on this website too. To get on this website, all you have to go to is www.viable.com, and I'm going to make this public. There we go. Done. Alright, so that's public. And now if you go to the YouTube video, which I just closed accidentally, so I'm just going to go there. Alright. So if you go to my YouTube video that you are on right now, and you go to the description, here is the document files that we're going to be writing Viable on, and down here is the website. So if you just click this right here, source, right, you can find that, and it should be up and running. So you can go and look at the website yourself. Alright, so if you're confused on what copyleft means, just go to the copyright on the top right. But basically, you're allowed to copy, distribute it, do anything you want for free. All you got to do is credit me by including this in the description. Copyleft Joshua Stevenson, Viable 2023, source www.viablemanga.com. Now, you can also just use the backwards C symbol here. And yeah, basically that's that. So, last week we started writing. For the manga, and I am doing Soviet Russian music today because this is what the story is about. The story is about, hold on, let me go to the website. Let me go back to the Viable manga. Okay, so the story is about this guy named Vasa. Okay, so, no, wrong one. Here. Vasa is a USSR detective, and a good one too, due to his disastrous mistake in his career that involved the death of a young civilian. His public image was tarnished in his home country. To keep him busy while the storm blows over, his superior transferred him to work side by side with Soviet Russia's closest ally, Japan. Now, I have a question. Can you guys hear me okay? Do I sound all right? I have my microphone on right here, but it's kind of like hanging. So. Also, is the music too loud? I can turn that down as well. Alright, but anyway, Vasa is from the USSR, which is the Soviet Russia. And this is an alternate history where Inejiro Asanuma, who was a Japanese politician with the Japan Socialist Party, did not get assassinated by Otoya Yamaguchi. Awesome, sounds good. So, Asanuma was assassinated by Otoyo Yamaguchi in real life, but in my story that never happens. And so socialism, okay, I'm gonna turn down the music a bit. Is that better? Maybe like -5 decibels. Yeah? Still too loud? Go a little lower. There we go. Okay, so IRL. Inejiro Asanuma was assassinated, right? So in real life, he was assassinated, and by a right-wing ultra-nationalist youth named Otoya Yamaguchi. That happened. It's a bummer, but you know, death is death, and it's history. So you can actually find this on YouTube if you look it up. It's not that violent, but it does happen. Some say it's a bummer that a person died, and that includes the LDP party, which is a right-wing current ruling party of Japan. They denounced the killing, but right-wing nationalists in Japan say that without this 17-year-old guy named Otoya Yamaguchi who killed this guy, socialism or communism may have spread in Japan, because this person, Inejiro Asanuma, was actually very fond of the Chinese Communist Party, and after he came back from a meeting with the Chinese Communist Party, he wore a Mao suit when coming back to Japan, which was incredibly controversial. So he was pretty left-wing. I myself am not left-wing, so I just see it as a part of history, but it's also kind of just a thing that happened, you know? And in my story, it doesn't happen. So in my story, Viable, Japan becomes more socialist. How did I come up with the name Viable? Very good question. That will be more... so there is... So in the story, we have Vasa and we have Lucy, right? So Vasa is a USSR detective, and he has to go to Japan. Lucy is a spunky 6-year-old child who appears one day as Vasa is working on a case, and he's the only one who can see her. And Rihanna says, I was wondering how you came up with the name Viable, like a viable solution. So my idea for the name of Viable has more to do with the thematic elements that are kind of hidden inside of it. But yeah, there's different ways you can interpret it. A viable solution is every human life viable, right? So that is a good question, right? So it's the main thing with the story of Otoyo Yamaguchi killing Inejiro Asanuma is that if he had never done that, then history would have changed, and that was just the life of one person. So is it viable just to prevent as many deaths as possible from happening? And that includes people like Lucy. Is Lucy an actual person, or is she a ghost, or is she a figment of his imagination? Is her life viable, right? No one can really see her except for Vasa, so that's a very solid question. So that's kind of where I thought of the idea. There's a lot of thematic ideas and themes in there that I'm trying to not reveal too much of. I'm trying to make it more subtle and not like explicit about this. But whenever I'm finished with a story, I'm pretty sure it'll be pretty obvious. But that being said, let's get into writing. So, last time, in the last stream, Imagine Rejector gave me a comment. He said, hey man, was doing something very important at the time of the stream, and by the time I joined, it was almost done. But you're making good progress, and it's an honor my suggestions made it into your story in some form. Hope you feel well soon, thank you. As for how the son got kidnapped, that's right. So we were writing Viable Chapter 1. We went over the first week. We went over the synopsis, which is Vasa's introduction to Japan. He meets Hana, who's a police officer, and another policeman. Hana briefs Vasa about the situation. A Japanese Socialist Party politician's son is kidnapped by rebel forces. He doesn't have much time, and the child has a degenerative disease, possibly Friedreich's ataxia, and needs constant medication to survive, or constant attention. One of the rebels is a doctor. That's something that we came up with then. They go on a raid, and then from there, that's that. So I was going page by page last week, and so page by page, I was very, it might kind of like derail from the original synopsis, which is expected because sometimes things that I come up with before aren't as interesting or as good as I come up with later, and it's just a part of the writing process. So that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm rewriting it page by page, so that way I rewrite every chapter at least twice, maybe even more. So the first page, we had, we're going to have a rendered image of the 1961 Pulitzer Prize photo of the assassination of Inejiro Asanuma, which was, let me show you it, this one. This photo. This one won the Pulitzer Prize of 1961 for photography, and it was done by a journalist who was there at the scene of the crime, right? So it was a live public debate, and they took this photo. So I'm going to render that photo while also discussing, like, the narration is also going to include a philosophical take on how a single life can affect the course of history. Then on page 2 and 3, I'm going to have a spread. I explained that last time as well. So a spread is basically the start of a manga that shows off the main characters and stuff. So here's Prince of Tennis. This is a spread. It shows off Ryoma Echizen and all these characters for the tennis. It's not a part of the story. It's literally just a photo, kind of it's like a poster, basically. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to include for page 2 and 3. Page 4, we see the Japanese politician shown behind his desk. He's incredibly worried and distraught. I'm trying to make sure I put my manga up correctly. He's incredibly worried and distraught. And on his desk is shown a ransom note. Page 5, an assistant walks in. The politician asks, "What did the doctor say?" The assistant says he doesn't have much time. Without proper attention, his condition could turn for the worse. The politician reacts with dread. The assistant continues, "The detectives are here, sir." The politician looks up. Okay, so that's the first 2 pages. And the second page, page 5, is going to be when you turn the page. And so that's going to reveal Vasa when you turn the page. Vasa enters the room with other Japanese detectives. The politician stands up and welcomes them, specifically complimenting Hana, before asking who the large white man is, the large Russian man. Hana introduces Vasa, saying that he is a detective that specializes in the prevention of rebellious uprisings, and that he currently came from the USSR and has been put in charge of the case due to the political nature of it. The politician seems afraid at first due to Vasa's large stature, but after shaking hands with Vasa and seeing his serious yet gentle face, he is relieved and begins briefing the team. Okay, so as you can see, I already diverged from the original synopsis. Here, in the original synopsis, I said that Hana would be the one to brief the situation, and that Vasa would be introduced at the beginning by meeting Hana and the other policeman. I was thinking at an airport or something, so he just shows up at an airport and that's it. This time, I started it at the politician's perspective. And that's the really cool thing about writing. And also the cool thing about Copyleft is if you guys don't like the way I introduce him, or I make the story, then you could make your own comic of the same, you can make your own derivative of the same stuff, which would be really cool. And I highly recommend and encourage that. So please make fan art, please make more comics, or, and if you send me an email with that, I will be putting it on my website, okay? So that's fun, good stuff, very awesome. I'm going to include, actually, so up here on the top it says home, read, blog, copyright. I'm going to include alternate universe as well. So if anyone makes anything, also I'm going to have a store page for people to sell their items if they want. If they make stuff like that, I can just have a link to different items and they can just buy them there. But yeah, that's the fun thing about Viable. It's a copyleft work, so it's very collaborative. And I just want to make the best work that I can. And so please get involved with helping me write this together. I'm excited. All right. So page 7. Please save my son, he proclaims. He scurries back over to his desk and grabs the ransom note, quickly handing it to Hana. While she is translating the note to Vasa, the politician says he has a degenerative disease that requires constant surveillance, so he could die without his medication. She asks the politician, how did your son get kidnapped when he was always being watched? Now that is where I got into a corner. And Imagine Rejector made a comment. He said, hope I feel well soon. As for how the son got kidnapped, perhaps the surveillance of him was being done by a spy hired by the rebels. It'd mean adding in another factor, but it could be something you explore in the future. That is a possible way I can do it. I also had a possible suggestion that could be weird, but could work, which is that the son might not have seen eye to eye with his father, and that he learned the surveillance was infiltrated by spies, allowing them to take him in hopes of uncovering secrets about some of his father's political actions. But the rebels had no care for his qualms. This could lead to character development for the politician, as his own behavior could have pushed his son to leave himself in harm's way. That is an extremely interesting suggestion, and I think that is something that I would genuinely, want to write. So in a way, the son's death, and I'm already confirming this is going to be shown in the first chapter, that the son will die, could be a result of his own hubris. He disagrees with his political dad, and as a result of lashing out by getting involved with the rebellion, the rebels, he gets kidnapped, and he ends up maybe getting hurt or worse. So, well, he dies, but yeah. So as a result of his own hubris, as a result of his own meddling with the stuff, making contact with rebels that are against his father's political party, he himself dies. Yes, because the rebels, they don't really care. They don't really care about the son, even though he leans more towards them than towards his dad. It can show character development not only of the son, but also of the politician. I think that's a really good idea. So, I'm going to have to figure that out. So, saying, it seems that somehow this happened is kind of a cop-out, It's like, oh, somehow Palpatine survived. I don't like that. So we're going to be writing in a way, the surveillance, I'm going to have the assistant mention it. So there's an assistant there with the politician. So the assistant walks up. The assistant answers Hana's question. So it seems. Yeah. Anyway, what do you think so far, Rihanna? You having fun? Yeah? I've only been streaming for like 20 minutes now, but honestly, not that bad. I'm excited. I went ahead and tried to shorten my explanation of everything for the VOD, so that way people who are new and just joining can still know the context of everything and still figure out what I'm doing. So that's exciting, yeah? Okay, so the assistant answers Hana's question. But I actually kind of want to come up with a way that the son, that Vasa or Hana or someone discovers that the son was in on it initially, before getting into something that he couldn't handle. Yay, I'm excited. Okay, so the assistant answers Hana's question. So how do we get it to where the sun was involved, and how do we get Vasa to discover that? Okay, so I'm gonna, let's see, so Vasa, okay, so the surveillance camera could show, surveillance camera show, oh, maybe, hold on, they had a fight. Maybe the dad and the son had a fight with one another. So, we had a fight and he left somewhere. Maybe. I don't know. I'm very wondering, curious. The son himself had a plan. The son himself had a plan to be captured by rebels. He did not... Because the rebels, they wouldn't want money. They would just want the politician to step down, right? And so... Or maybe they want, like, a trade to release one prisoner for... But I don't, that's the thing, I don't think, like, they would keep prisoners to begin with. But maybe they would. Maybe like Japan, Soviet or socialist Japan would have prisoners. Which would add an interesting dynamic. But I think it would be better if they asked him to step down. Okay. So, I'm gonna kill that, darling. Alright, let's go. So, page 8. We had a fight. The politician explains. I need to come up with names for this guy. Maybe sometimes he wasn't watched, like a certain point at night or during the day. That's when he left or let someone in. That is an idea. I'm thinking like the politician politicians tend to have rallies or they have debates, right? They have different times when they... Also, I feel like my chair is really low. They have different times whenever they're in the public eye and they are not with their family. And maybe during that debate or during a some sort of rally, right? They had a fight beforehand and he ran off. Yeah. So that's a good idea. We had a fight, the politician says. Before my son and I don't see eye to eye on important issues. And after and before I went on stage for a debate, he ran off after. He doesn't run off, but because he's in a wheelchair, so he can't just like, I mean, I guess he can roll away. we got into an argument. I told my assistant to take him away. And then all eyes go to the assistant. So everyone just stares at the assistant. Hey Caleb, how you doing? Good to see you. So, Caleb, right now we're figuring out the way that the politician and his son got separated before the son got kidnapped. Okay, I don't know how far in the story you've been, but basically, page 1 is going to be this photo drawn and having a philosophical take about the how a single life can affect the course of history. Page 2 and 3 is going to be a spread, which in manga, a spread is basically like a poster. Page 4 is going to start the main story of the of the first chapter. And so a Japanese politician is shown at his desk, incredibly worried and distraught. On his desk is shown a ransom note. The next page, an assistant walks in. The politician asks, "What did the doctors say?" Or "What does the doctor say?" And the assistant says, he doesn't have much time. Without proper attention, his condition could turn for the worse. The politician reacts with dread. The assistant continues, "The detectives are here, sir." The politician looks up. Vasa, our main boy, our big guy, he enters the room with other Japanese detectives. The politician stands up and welcomes them, specifically complimenting Hana before asking who the large white man is. Hana is a female detective, a part of the Socialist Japan's inclusion initiative. So, he specifically compliments her as like helping the women's rights in and a lot of people don't know this, but communism and socialism both advocate for strong strong women's rights and equality, which is a lot different than the initial image of communism. But in communism's eyes, right, everybody is equal, but also everyone's equally starving. So it's like, But anyway, there's everyone's equal, and I'm the most equal. But anyway, so Hana is a part of the inclusion initiative. Basically, she's a token woman put inside of a police department, and she's become kind of like the face of the police department. And so Hana, she's actually very competent in her job, despite being there because she's a woman. And Hana introduces Vasa, saying that he is a detective that specializes in prevention of rebellious uprisings, and that he recently came from the USSR and has been put in charge of the case due to the political nature of it. The politician seems afraid at first due to Vasa's large stature, but after shaking hands with Vasa and seeing his serious yet gentle face, he is relieved and begins briefing the team. "Please save my son," he proclaims. He scurries back over to his desk and grabs the ransom note, quickly handing it to Hana. While she is translating the note to Vasa, the politician says he has a degenerative disease that requires constant surveillance, so he could die without his medication. Hana asks the politician, "How did your son get kidnapped when he was always being watched?" And that's where I started. My idea was that the politician had a fight with his son because they don't see eye to eye on important political issues. So I wrote, "We had a fight," the politician says. "My son and I don't see eye to eye on the important issues." And before I went on stage for a debate, we got into an argument. I told my assistant to take him away. Then all eyes kind of like look at the assistant. So there's kind of like everyone's glaring at her now. And I think I can depict that. I can show it. Also, if you're listening, there's Soviet Union music being played. I am playing it on this YouTube channel, another VidHub, and I just looked up Soviet Union music, so that's the music that's being played. I don't understand any Russian, but I thought it was fitting for Viable. So, for some writing, studying sort of thing. All right, so all eyes turns towards the assistant. I'm thinking that maybe she took the boy, or the young man. I think he should be like 15 or 16. He's gonna die, but spoiler alert. Sorry, Caleb. But yes, he's that's hilarious. Yeah. I mean, okay. So even in the description, yeah. Even in the description, they say that this was generated by Stable Diffusion AI. So and it says "Glory to Soviet Chun," which is just hilarious. But the music is like authentic, Russian music. I think it actually shows like, yeah, the names are in Russian over here. So that's why I chose it, which is kind of funny what that's actually anyway. But yeah. You already know Viable and Copyleft, so I'm not going to re-explain that to you. But yeah. As for the story, I'm thinking that the assistant took, because she took him to the restroom, and the rebels managed to get him out of the restroom. And it could just be a giant hole on the opposite side of the restroom. Like maybe there was an explosion or something. And they just stole him while he was in the bathroom. And the way that they knew this is that the son himself wanted to be kidnapped because he disagreed with his dad. And, he wanted to help the rebels, but he didn't really contact them saying, by the way, I'm on your side or whatever. He just let himself get kidnapped, and which was really stupid of him, considering he has a degenerative disease that could kill him if he didn't take his medication. So he gets kidnapped, basically gets thrown into a room, and dies. So yeah, that's the story that I'm thinking of. But yes, all eyes turn towards the assistant. And then the next page. I guess I can go to the next page from here. So I'm gonna go ahead and say page 9. So the assistant. What did the assistant say? The assistant nervously begins explaining the situation. Explaining her side of the story. After politician. I need a name for the politician. Anyone want to do a vote as to what we should name the politician? I'm gonna see what is some Japanese politician names that would be fun. Jisho.org. Jisho means dictionary in Japanese. So what would be a good word that describes this politician who has a fight with his own son? When people fight with their sons, what do we call them? We don't call them abusive necessarily because he still cares for his son. I mean, he could be abusive and caring, but Captain Snugglepants-chan. No, I'm a veto that one. Hey Siri, turn on my lamp. But yeah, let's come up with something. We need to have strict, I think, would be a good word. Strict. So let's look up the word for strict. Or severe. Kenju. Or genmitsu. Right, it's not adjective. Kibishi is what I usually think of when I think of strict. Okay, so let's look up a word for names with kibi in it. So I'm just going to copy that kanji. Kibi. Yep. Gen. Okay. Itsuki could be a name. Iwao could be a name. So just strict. That'd be an interesting note. Abraham. He had to kill Isaac, or the father of Icarus, or whoever the waxwing thing. Ignore that, didn't mean to post, lol. Yes, let me see. In Japanese, Abraham's name is Abraham, right? So I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know if Icarus. Daedalus is the name of that character. So let's look up Daedalus. Yep, there's no Japanese there, it's just Daedalus. Yeah. So I'm just gonna go with I think Abraham. Okay, Abraham. I think it's Abraham. Oh, Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln. That's his name in his headcanon. You can make it. Honestly, you can write your own version of Viable where his name is Abraham Snugglepants. Like Captain Abraham Snugglepants-chan is his name. And you can just make it a woo character the entire time. That would be hilarious. And I'll add it on my website if you do that. I promise. Okay. So I'm gonna name him Itsuki. Is that a girl name? Let's see. Or Iwao. I think Iwao is a good last name. Itsuki name. Okay, it's a boy name. I'm gonna say Mr. Iwao. It means glitter, sparkle, shine. My uwu take on your story. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Iwao. Okay, so Iwao is a last name. And it is... Let me find this kanji. See if it's there. No, it is not. There is a character named Iwao from Kinnikuman. Never seen this before. What is this? What is this rabbit hole I'm getting myself into? Okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with more names. There we go. Okay. So Omiya could also be one. Gen. Sachie Tsuyoshi. Strict Tragedy. I'm gonna go with Tragedy as well. Tragedy would be a good name. Whatever that is. So I'm gonna go with Iwao. I think that's a good name. It's pretty common. I've heard that before. Though it probably doesn't normally use the strict kanji. I'm just gonna go with it though. So Iwao. Well, I'm gonna find the word politician and make his name Iwao. Alright. Japanese politician. Something Iwao. And let's figure out the word for tragedy, yeah? So tragedy. Hibiki. Disaster. Sanji. And let's take that. See if we can find any names associated, yeah? Nope, no names. Okay, let's just take one of those. Appalling. Miserable. Wretched. Just, his name is Sun. Wretched. Alright, hold on. What is this by itself? Just a thing. A wretched thing. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Wretched thing. Let me see if there's another kanji we can use for tragedy. Okay, so that's just a wretched drama. Are there any cruel? What's this? Like Muzui? Like Hidoi? Nothing. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me think of another word then. Strict Abraham. No, strict Captain Snugglepants John. Strict love. I mean, I is love, yeah. Or koi. And that usually is... There is a last name with love. But it's usually a girl's name. Let me look at male names. Female, 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 female. Oh, male. Hitoshi. Okay. Itoshi. Okay. Itoshi Iwao. That sounds okay, yeah? Itoshi Iwao. Itoshi. I want it to be symbolic. I want it to have meaning. And I want it to be on the nose. Alright, Itoshi Iwao it is. A Japanese politician, Itoshi Iwao. I think I've heard Hitoshi before Itoshi. Huh. What Itoshi? Please find my son, ooh. Oh, please. Please find my son, ooh. Oh my god. Itoshiro? I don't think Itoshi is... It's both a male and female. Mostly a female name. Okay, let me think. I don't know if Itoshi is good then. I'm just gonna say Mr. Iwao. Mr. Iwao. Where did I put? There he is. And I'm gonna name him... Okay, let me think. What's Yol? Because I know a few Yols. Oh, that's a name. That's a common name. Common male name. More names. Clear. Okay. Obvious. That'll work. I swim with mushrooms. Oh my god. Yo you all. My son, ooh, you don't accept my Soviet ways, ooh. Please be a communist, ooh. Gosh, you guys are killing me. A Japanese politician. I don't know if Yol is a good name for him. I want something like... Alright, I'll just look up Japanese male names. Japanese male names! Maybe ChatGPT could help me. Naruto! Okay, hold on. 1980. Male. Takuya. Oh, I know. Let's try Tatsuya. That's a name. Yeah. To achieve. Okay, that could work. Tatsuya. Tatsuya Iwao. That sounds old enough. And male-y enough. Male-y? Masculine? I don't know. I'm out of tea. I already drank it all. Darn it. Okay, I'm gonna get more. BRB. Fill me with much disgrace. Oh no, I left my fridge open. Ah, I'm so stupid. Okay, hold on. This stuff, milk tea, drives me. That is like my favorite drunk. I love it. But it's very high in calories. Okay, the assistant nervously begins explaining her side of the story. After Mr. Iwao. Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta stop saying Japanese politician. The politician, Mr. Iwao. Mr. Iwao. Mr. Iwao. Baka uwu. Onegai yamete. Uwu. Mr. Iwao. Yamete kudashai. People are gonna watch this VOD or just like take a lot of these clips out of context and be like, what is going on? Why is this guy doing like Japanese uwus? What is this? Uwu, Mr. Uwu. Oh my gosh, stop. His name is Iwao, and now we're gonna say Uwu, Mr. Iwu. Ah. I accidentally pushed the print screen button. Okay. Okay, so Mr. Iwao, oh no, is, after Mr. Iwao put me in charge, went on stage. After he went on stage, we went to the... What should his son's name be? What should the assistant's name be? What should my name be? Okay. After Mr. Iwao went on stage. No. Soon after, Mr. Iwao went on stage for the debate. Doobadoo-bop, babadoo. I'm gonna give him another name. One more name. We're naming people today. Icarus is a good idea. I like Icarus, but I want like a Japanese equivalent of Icarus. What would Japanese I names? That sounds like Ikarasu. Male. Ibuki? Ichi, Isshun, Isayuki, Ichiyo. No, no, no. Ike. Let me find. Ichiro? That means alone. Who would name their child Alone? Hello, my name is Alone. I start on the third. Okay, Itsuki. Means Italy, that one? Really? No. Ikuto. Ika. I need something with like Ika or Ikuma. Ikuma? Iko. Ikumi. Ikurasu. Ikarasu? Icarus. Okay, hold on. Ikarasu. To make someone angry. Okorasu. To fly too high towards the sun. Nothing. Darn it. Man, if only there was a Japanese equivalent to Icarus. Let me see. Oh my gosh, Reddit. I'm pretty sure Oriental is not an acceptable term for Asian people. Okay, that's not the question. Ah! Go away! Ah! I hate Reddit. I haven't been on Reddit in years and I hate it still. In Korea, there is a story about a person who failed to control his desires. Okay. Naming people is hard. I shouldn't have any children. Okay, 1 second. I want many, many children. I love children. Not in a weird way. Please don't. Kid Icarus. Ebisu. Okay. Oh well. Oh well. Guess he's not being named Icarus. Ah! That's a good idea. What about a name meaning soar or fly? That's a good idea. Very good idea. Rihanna, you got me. I am happy. Alright. To fly, to soar, tobu. So grab that. Boop, bop. Names. Female names. Family names. More names. Female. Hibiki. Higaya. Place, family name, place. Unclassified name. More names. Oh, here we go. Hiyoshi. That's a good name. Hiyoshi. Has a kanji for fly, generation, history. Okay, Hiyoshi. Name. Right, of course. I put it in Japanese. Hiyoshi name. Yes, boy name. Okay. Sun and sunlight. Flies too close to the sun. Like that. I think we found the name, boys. Or girl, boy and girl. Very good. Thank you, Rihanna. Hiyoshi. One Hiyoshi. I took Hiyoshi. asked me if he could go to the restroom. Boom! Hiyoshi. Hey! On point! On point! Thank you. Look at you, naming my characters. This makes me happy. Okay. So Hiyoshi told me to take him to the restroom. Do they have disabled restrooms? I don't think so. Do they? Like in the 80s, would they? Time to look it up. History. Disabled restroom. Japan. Japan has an excellent answer to this. Multi-purpose toilet. 1980. The age of high-tech toilets in Japan started in the 1980s. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Not what I'm looking for. I'm just wondering if they would have their own stall. Because then they can just go in there and know exactly which stall to go into. Or not go into, but like to explode from the back, yeah? Or to break down the door. Prison conditions. Oh no. Okay. I'm just gonna assume there were. It's not beyond the, I don't know, did Soviet Russia have disabled toilets? Like for because... Man, now we're getting into some political stuff. Like, would a communist country have handicapped toilets? Like, is that a thing? There are no invalids in the USSR. The missing Soviet chapter in a new disability history. Ah. Okay, so that was the response. So for the my mic. For the Olympics, for the Paralympics in 1980, a Western journalist asked whether Soviet Union would participate, and they said that there's no invalids in the USSR. That's crazy. Okay, so they were made seemingly invisible, and I would assume the same would be there. So they probably wouldn't have disabled toilets then. But with Japan... Well, let's not look at the USSR, let's look at China. Did communist China? Where did all the disabled people go? Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna go with no. Okay, so it's likely that... Okay, so they did have like stories of disabled people. which may have changed the stigma of it. But even still, that's crazy. They probably didn't. They probably didn't. I'm looking into like a whole new thing that I've never looked into before of like human rights and different things. That's crazy. They didn't have like. I mean, it makes sense. They're communists, but still, jeez. Okay, what does that have to do with me? Man, I hate the BBC. Okay, so if Japan were to follow China and Russia's example, they probably wouldn't have disabled restrooms. Good to know. Cool. Um. Okay, so she shows them the surveillance footage. um. Soon after Mr. Iwal went on stage for the debate, Kiyoshi told me to take him to the restroom. Here's the surveillance footage. The footage shows her taking him to the restroom, him wheeling himself in, and her waiting outside for him. Suddenly, it shakes, right? There's a big shaking because they're literally gonna pull the wall off of the stall. Yeah. So that's kind of the thought. But I don't know if they could do that and run away. How would they steal? I'm thinking too big scale. I don't know if that's a good idea. Is it a good idea to have them rip the wall down to get the boy, or is there any other ideas that we could use to have him be kidnapped? Maybe he doesn't go to the restroom. Maybe we can find other ways. Let's think. Let's think together on this. Okay. I was looking up handicapped toilets in Soviet Russia and communist China. Which they do not have. So how would they know which stall he's in? How could she get her? This is hard. Writing stories is hard. Anyway, I'm probably gonna redesign Vasa as well, because if you look at the picture of him that I got, not a big fan. He doesn't look big, right? He looks like diet Russian man. And Lucy's adorable though. I love her design. But in fact, I put it on the stream. Oops, wrong button. Okay, let's see. Okay. What should I do? What should I do? How would you steal a person? How would you kidnap a disabled person? Oh. What I would do, if I ever had the desire to do so, I would probably figure out a way to get him alone, figure out a way to run away with him without having, what's this? I would probably figure out a way to run away with him like a getaway car, so that way as few people as possible could see, and I would find a way to gag him so that way he doesn't make too much noise as I'm kidnapping him. That's probably the 3 things I would do as a example. So, question number 1: how did they get him alone? How did they get him away from his assistant? You told me to take him to somewhere, yeah? So, we're gonna come up with ideas. So, number 1, get him alone, yeah? Number 2, gag him, right? Which is pretty easy. You can knock him out with knockout gas or something, you know, like the whole, and they get knocked out. What do they call that? Chloroform? Chloroform? No, that's a poison, yeah? Chloroform? The FBI is going to be watching me, but I have evidence that I'm doing this for a story. I don't want to type this in Google. Detective stories, knockout gas. Knockout gas. Tropedia, here we go. Instant sedation. They cough weakly a few times and then slump into the floor unconscious. Aha! Now the FBI won't be onto me because I am, I'm looking at tropes. Yay. Okay. What is a knockout gas? Usually delivered as visible fog. Okay, I wouldn't do that. I'd probably do the instant sedation. Yeah, that'll work. And tranquilizer dart. Okay, that's just Detective Conan. Pokemon. Tranquilizer gun. Sedative. Chloroform. There we go. Chloroform rag. Okay. So chloroform is the knockout substance sedative that they use to knock out people. So we can just use chloroform. I don't know how readily available that is in Japan in the 1980s, but maybe the assistant gets taken out. That's an idea. Okay. So get him alone. Knock him out. Knock him out. And knock him out and what else? What else? Kidnap him, basically. Okay, so step 1. Get him alone. We can have the assistant get knocked out. We can have the We can have the other method where he just gets separated from the assistant. So that's a possibility. Knock him out. I'm just gonna put chloroform. Yeah. Kidnap him without people knowing. Getaway car. Yeah, that's an idea. He asks her to take him back to the house. He didn't want to see the debate since they disagreed with his father. On the way back, they knock him out and he's taken. Yes. Or, on the way back, it turns out the driver is one of the rebels, maybe. Or that the driver was knocked out and that they took the car. But then how did the assistant get out? Right. He asked me to go home. The plot twist. Yes, I have so many potential plot twists in this one story. We're just coming up with it on the fly. This is the fun part about writing. You can just, you can make things. So, okay. So if he's already in the car, that's super easy to actually take him. So that's a very good idea to have him go back to the house. So Yoshi told me to take him back to take him home. Since he didn't care to see the debate. Maybe Vasa and Hana realize that the driver is a part of the rebels, and that's how they find the initial base. Good idea. Maybe. But it would be very obvious that the driver is a part of the thing. So the driver is obviously gone if that's the case, or he and then they have to discover where the driver went to from there by investigating his quarters. Maybe the driver was knocked out and someone just pretended to be the driver. Or the driver was killed. Because the kid would just be a sitting duck. So after I got him in the car, whoa! I smacked my thing with the lid. After we got him into the car, he turns on the television in the room, showing surveillance. It shows her helping. It shows her leaning into the car. before the car just books it, just bolts. Yeah, so he doesn't really need to be knocked out because he's already in the car. The driver is the only one who would be knocked out or a part of the thing. It shows her leaning into the car before the car drives away while she runs after it. So the vehicle was stolen. No, the driver was in on it.
Вечер, лунный вечер, теплый ветерок. Помнишь трепет первой встречи, милый мой дружок? На дорожках дремлют тени, шелестит листва, и звучат среди сирени.
Well, I guess it was still stolen. So, I guess it would be inaccurate to say. That man was the man driving the car. Has been our driver, has been our personal driver. What's a driver name? Is it a chauffeur? Yeah, chauffeur. He's been our personal chauffeur for years. Since before he was born. Yeah, I kind of like the idea that the driver is a rebel, that he's like in on it. But at the same time, if that's the case, then he would know about the degenerative disease, and so he would want the son to survive because he would probably be like, at the very least, he'd be concerned because he's been with the family for years. And probably the reason why he drove off with the son is so that way he can do what the son wanted him to do. So maybe it's not a good idea for the driver to be the chauffeur. Or to be a rebel, I mean, for the chauffeur to be a rebel. Lots of thoughts, lots of thinking. What do you think? What do you guys think? Should the driver be knocked out and then someone else takes the car, or should the driver himself be the chauffeur? Can we do is it possible to do a poll? Is that possible on YouTube? Let me look at it. Polls on YouTube, because that'd be fun. YouTube. How to make a poll on YouTube. Okay, cool. So you can do it. That's not what I'm looking for. How to make a poll on YouTube Live. Do I just go here and go over here? Plus. Ah, here we go. Found it. Okay, so should the chauffeur be a rebel? Or should he be knocked out? There we go. Rebel. Knocked out. Let's figure it out. Start poll. Aha. Alright. We're gonna have a poll, and yeah, that's gonna be the thing. But for now, I'm gonna drink some tea. I'm probably gonna drink this whole 2 liter of tea. Milk tea, honestly, when I first came to Japan, I was drinking this stuff every day. But I think it actually got me to gain weight because it's a lot of calories. Alright, so if you have the time, please vote now. We are going to figure out the poll. Someone says knocked out. So far we got knocked out at 100%. So I'm going to go with that, knocked out. For now, until somebody changes. Yeah. Alright, so, I closed it out. Okay, whatever. Just reopen it again. In case I need to make a new poll. History. This one. Okay, cool. Alright. Okay, I agree. I think getting knocked out is probably better. Yeah? Yes. I didn't know I could make polls. I like streaming. I'm gonna stream more often. If he is a rebel, then he either doesn't really care about the boy, or he'd risk the boy's health for the greater good of the rebellion. Or the higher-ups he the higher-ups he hands him over to doesn't care if he dies. That is true. Which is why I agree him getting knocked out would probably be better, logically speaking. So I'm gonna... Our chauffeur was found on the toilet. So we can still include the toilet! Yay! I like toilets! I'm just gonna include that for the lulz. Our chauffeur was found knocked out on the toilet. Was found unconscious on the toilet. Or dead. Nah. Just unconscious. Because I don't want any, intentional killings yet. I want, an intentional killing for, further into the story. For now, because I want the first intentional kill to be shown in the story is Vasa killing the rebels. I want that to be, dead. He's intentionally killing them. So, these rebels are actually relatively peaceful. They're just neglectful, which allows the boy to die. And our chauffeur was found unconscious on the toilet. And who says that? The assistant? Yeah. Okay, so the assistant nervously begins explaining her side of the story. Soon after Mr. Iwao went on stage for the debate, Hiyoshi told me to take him home since he didn't care to see the debate. After we got him into the car, She turns on the television in the rooms, showing the surveillance footage. It shows her leaning into the car before the car drives away while she runs after it. The vehicle was stolen. I'm not going to say so. The vehicle was stolen, Hana says. Our chauffeur was found unconscious on the toilet. The assistant. Let's see. We're gonna need the plates. We're gonna need the so what would the detective say? We're gonna need the plates of the car. We're gonna need the I'm gonna vote knocked out as well. I can vote. Oh, I gotta log in. Two-step verification. Yes, it's me. Okay. Not now. Just let me vote. Oh, it just opened up the actual video. Oh, okay. I want the chat though. I am streaming right now. Click on that. Okay. I'm gonna end the poll. There we go. We settled with knocked out. Very good. Yeah. Very good, people. Very good. Thank you, Rihanna, for voting. Alright, so. The vehicle was stolen, Hana says. Our chauffeur was found unconscious on the toilet. The assistant explains. So. We're gonna need the plates of the car. We're gonna need the... We're gonna need the chauffeur to testify if he had seen anybody. And we're gonna need... We're gonna need the plates, and we're gonna need to interview the chauffeur to see if he knows, if he recognizes any faces, if he can describe the faces of the rebels, or if he saw anything. So the assistant and the chauffeur are eyewitnesses as to what the chauffeur, the fake chauffeur rebel, potentially looked like. All right, good stuff. We're going at a snail's pace, but that's how things are written. We're an hour and a half in. Yes, I really want to start doing more streams. Though to do that, I would have to wake up earlier because I am working as an English teacher. So it's kind of difficult for me. But as an English teacher, I normally get home around maybe 9 p.m., which Central Time is around 6 a.m. So I could do that, or I could do it in the morning. And if I wake up at like 4 a.m., 4 or 5 a.m., 4 would be 1 p.m. in Central Time. 5 a.m. would be 2 p.m. Central Time. And I can stream maybe 3 times a week, max. Starting in January, because I'm going back to America for Christmas. Yeah, Christmas is coming up. I forgot about that. Merry Christmas, fellas and ladies. Wonderful. So I'm gonna go back to America for Christmas. That's exciting. So I'm not gonna be streaming next. I think next week will be the only time that I stream, next Friday. Yeah, or next Thursday. It's y'all's Thursday right now. So in America, it is Thursday, and it's maybe like 9:49 right now, and so, man, time zone. And so if I do more streams next week, because I'm leaving on the 23rd to go back to America, so I can do it next week. Yeah, so next week will be my last week for the year of streaming, because I'm gonna skip Christmas week and New Year's week. Yeah, so I'm gonna be the 22nd is gonna be the next time that I stream. And the 29th is going to be, I'm going to be in America. The 29th and the 5th are days I'm not going to be here. So 22nd will be the last stream of this year. And sorry, it's Thursday where you are. The 21st and the 28th. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So, next week, the 21st, y'all's 21st. That's going to be my 22nd. Y'all's 21st will be the last stream of the year. Yeah, of the year. And then I'm going to start up again on January 11th. Or earlier. I might, if I start doing the 3 streams a week thing, it might be earlier. You'll see it scheduled if I start doing that. So I'm probably gonna do that. Just want to let you guys know, give you guys heads up and everything. I'm probably gonna be doing that. Yeah. Alrighty. But all that being said, okay. All that being said, I'm gonna keep going. Yep. I have another hour and a half basically before I have to go do some stuff. The stuff I gotta do, I gotta go to the... So today I just came back from getting my new visa, my new residence card, which I have in my wallet, which I earned today. That's why I was running late. So I got that. I need to go to the city hall to put my address on there. Yeah. So my residence card, I don't know if I should show, because I don't... No, it has my address already. It has it on the front, but it's not on the back. Do I need to put it on the back? It's already on the front. I guess I don't need to put it on the back. That's only for changes of address, I think. Okay, so I don't need to do anything. I'm just silly. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. So if I block out my address, I could just show you guys this. But basically, it extended my visa for a year. So I can go back, come back here and be a-okay, I think. And my pictures look a little different. But I can hide the address with my fingers. Yeah. So let me go over here real quick. Okay, so my address is finger hidden. This one is my new one. This one is my old one. I took this picture in America, and I took this picture in Japan, which is pretty cool. Pretty awesome. So yeah, I got the new one today, and I'm excited. I'm excited for that. So I don't actually need to go to, because my address is already on here. So I probably don't need to go to the ward office to get anything done. So yeah, I think I'm good actually. So I can stay here for another few hours if I need to. I have to get lunch eventually though, so I might stop for that. But yeah, I just want to keep writing. I want to keep doing stuff. If more people join, that's great. If not, that's fine. But yeah. Thanks for hanging out so far. And let's keep writing. Okay, so yeah, I feel like at the pace that I'm going right now, it's pretty slow. I want a total of roughly 75 pages, yeah? And so this has been 9 pages. So, and there's only 52 weeks in a year, and I've been skipping a couple when I'm sick and during holidays and stuff. And so if I really want to get this done, I would need to do it for maybe 3 times a week, I think. So that's kind of the idea. So I'm gonna schedule for the morning of whenever I go to work, and then I'll have to leave for work. So I need to get ready earlier if I'm going to do that. So I'm going to start scheduling for that, and hopefully you guys can join me for that as well. Yeah? Ooh, Mr. Ewau. Ooh. Okay. Our chauffeur was found unconscious on the toilet, the assistant explained. Alright, so far I think we got a pretty good story. I keep going over it because I'm kind of a perfectionist. We had an... So I already said he had a fight. So that's a little redundant to say we got into an argument. Okay. We had a fight. Listen. Before I went on stage for a debate, I told my assistant to take him away. And, okay, so how does Vasa and the police discover, answer viewer questions live? What's a Q&A? That's cool. Ah, okay. How does Vasa and the police discover that the son was in on the kidnapping? The son was the one who initiated the kidnapping. That's the Q&A. How does Vasa and the police discover Okay, I have no idea what I just did. Docs. Chat. Alright. So that's the new question. How does Vasa and the police discover that the son was the one who initiated the kidnapping? That's what we're working on right now. Okay, so Vasa, because we need to figure it out so that way we can kind of lead towards where the kidnappers took him, right? Because we need to lean towards that. And then that place is where they're going to discover Lucy. Well, not them, but Vasa is going to discover Lucy. And that is where a very iconic moment of the series is going to take place, where she has a little pointy gun and pretends to shoot him. Bang! And she plays with him. And then it's going to show his more fatherly side, where he plays with her back after, like, putting away his gun. He's like, ah, you got me, ah! You know, it's going to be really cute. Ah! And I want that. I want to get there. So how does Vasa and the police discover that the son was the one who initiated the kidnapping? We need to get there. We need to get there for Lucy. I want to get there today. Yeah. Okay. So, let's write some ideas. So we got the kidnapping happening. So Vasa, they can discover the plates, maybe. But how would the boy initiate contact with the rebels in the first place? That is a good question. Ugh. Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out. So. Let's see. Okay, so Vasa. Let me just retype it. Initiated. Ooh. Okay. So let's come up with ideas. How did the sun... So they figure out that the sun initiated the kidnapping. So we have some other questions inside this question, such as... One. Okay. Nope. Formatting. Nope. Okay. Number one. So we have some questions inside of the question. So number one is how does the sun... what was his name? Hayato? I feel like page 8 is pretty small, actually. Because I'm imagining like the paneling of it, and that's just tiny. So maybe page 8 and 9 would be combined later. Anyway, that's for future Josh to worry about. Hiyoshi, that was it. Hiyoshi, thank you. How does Hiyoshi initiate it in the first place? Okay, so that's question one. And how does Hiyoshi and... No, how does Vasa and the police discover this fact with their wits? Ooh, okay. So how does Hiyoshi initiate it in the first place? How would you initiate a rebel group? How would you get into contact with them to have them know, hey, by the way, the son of this of this socialist politician is going to be in this car at this time, right after the debate starts. So that's the main question, right? How would Hiyoshi know how to do that? He probably learned about it from maybe one of his classmates, or maybe a tutor or something, like someone. Someone told him a way to get into contact with the... That could be a potential... Someone told him, right? Someone told him how. Someone who is a part of the rebels told him how. Told him how to send tips. Or someone who is related to the rebels. That's a potential idea. What else? We can have... Okay, so... Someone who is a part of the rebels told him how to send tips, and then he sends the tip, and then that's what happens. So, how does he send the tip? Okay, so we need to initiate that. How does one send tips to rebels? So that's question number 2. Yeah. How does one send tips to rebels? Another thing. How does Hiyoshi know how to initiate it? Initiate contact. Okay, so my first idea is someone just tells him. He learned it from a friend at school, or another worker in the politician's house. Another possibility, the politician knew. I keep calling him the politician. We named him. I'll just go with Iwao. At the Iwao. Is that what I named him? Yeah. At Iwal's place. That means he would have either initiated contact before the fight at the debate or right after the fight. I would say it's before the fight. He was planning on being kidnapped anyway. The fight that he had with his dad was probably something that was normal. It took place. He was expecting to happen anyway. And so before he sent a tip before the politician did that. Maybe he intended the fight, so that way he would get taken back to the home, right? So that's kind of my idea. He intended to fight with his dad, so that way he can go back home. So that way his dad would just send him home, because he does that anyway. And that's what would have caused the. That's what would have. It's his plan, you know. It's a part of his plan to fight with his dad, so that way he can get in the car and then they would take him, right? He just let them know via a tip that the son of this politician is going to arrive in this car at this time, so right before the debate. So, so my idea of how he learned how to initiate contact in the first place, someone who is a part of the rebels told him how to send tips. Another option is he discovered it by searching through Mr. Iwao's desk, because he was looking for a way to do it, and maybe Mr. Iwao found out a way through his political stuff. So he found out a way, or discovered a way, somehow. I don't know. It's kind of hard when you're kind of stranded at your home. How do you come up with ways to initiate? How do you come up with ways to get contact with rebels, right? So it's unlikely, I would say, that Mr. Iwao himself would be a part. Ooh, I'm having a Charlie horse. Cramp, 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 cramp. Ouch, 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 ouch. Oh, I sat down for too long. I'm dehydrated, probably. Ooh, okay. So, thank you. Welcome. Hi, how are you? Imagine Rejector. He says, I'm honored, Josh. I have no words to explain the honor I feel to be able to contribute. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much for involving yourself in this project. I'm having so much fun just coming up with stuff, right? And in the purpose of like Copyleft, which encourages freedom of artistic liberties and different things as well. I'm not the best writer, and I actually think that the idea of Copyleft is that people can make better art than what I can make, right? And if they want to make better art, they should be allowed to make better art. And so I kind of want, yeah, I don't know where, I'm kind of like still breathing heavily from that, but but if someone can make better art, they should be allowed to make better art. And I think that's why I'm so open to people contributing to this project with me, particularly people who have been following me for years and are having a blast. So, but yes, I actually showed, I showed on the stream already that your comment, which is right here, and that's where we started writing. And yeah, now we got to the point to where the son is involved with the rebels by sending them a tip that he would be there. And so we named him Hiyoshi, right? Yeah, we named him Hiyoshi because the kanji for Hiyoshi can either mean sun or like the sun, or fly, right? depending on how you write it. Ow. So this he is this he is sun, and this kanji, which we found here, is fly, right? And so we're like, okay, that works because he's just like Icarus who flies too close to the sun. Perfect name. I liked that a lot. That's what we were doing. Urgh, my leg. I also discussed that probably I'm going to be streaming more often. Okay, and about the rebels initiating conversation with him, that's why I think having an inside person is a good plot point. That way, the child could have just been confiding in one of his guards, but in reality, But in reality, meaningful names. I love that. Me too. I love, so like, when I came up with Lucy's name, I just thought, oh, hallucination. What's a word that's similar to hallucination? And, oh, Lucy, that's a good name. I like that name. Also, she's very cute and spunky. And she doesn't look completely Japanese. She's probably like half Japanese with an American father or something. My leg is killing me. Anyway, you were a spy. Yeah, it was a spy. I thought you said I was a spy. Yeah, it was a spy. Yes, so, but in reality, it was a spy. Perhaps. It might have been a guard. So, yes, that's what we said. So someone who was a part of the rebels told him how to send tips. Maybe someone he confided in. Someone he confided in told him how to send tips to the rebels. Rebels, ooh. Rebels. Friend at school, worker at Iwao's place. Also, we named the politician Iwao. Because Iwao can have the word strict in its kanji. His first name is, what do we name him? Tatsuya. Tatsuya Iwao. Tatsuya. I hate Charlie horses. I should probably stand up and stretch it out. Tatsuya. We looked at names. This one, Tatsuya. That has the kanji for accomplished and to be classical, which is nice. That's true. Yeah. Thanks. I appreciate you. I'm gonna stretch. Hold on. Yes. Yes, you said, also, you said people can make better art than me, but we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Yes, I appreciate that. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for other artists, though. Like the ones who made Nisekoi. Or... Why is it so... Why... Like the one who made Nisekoi. And the animators who were involved, Shaft and all of them, Shaft Animation. Yeah, I wouldn't have never been there. And I've also, technically, without the copyright system that's in place, I never would have come up with Copyleft either. So, or I didn't come up with it, but I never would have discovered it, right? Because I wouldn't have felt the need to. So it's all like a snowball effect, and I really enjoy that idea as well. I kind of want to implement that theme into different stories. But yes, absolutely. There are many different artists And some have their own unique styles. Some are some are like technically better than me, like with technicality, drawing, and different things. Some are, you know, they don't have to be better than me. They can just be creative, right? And I think that it's the spirit of Copyleft is just let yourself be creative, be involved if you want to, express your creativity through art, and not have to worry about copyright infringement, while at the same time giving credit where credit is due. So that's what I really enjoy about this project, and I'm really excited to actually like publish it. But I need to make it first. So okay, so probably the best idea is that there's a worker at Iwala's place, yeah? That he confided in, and they told him how to give tips to the rebels. So how does one send tips? And third question, how does Vasa and Hana discover this? Anyway, thinking time. By the way, I have Soviet Russia era music playing, and it's from this channel. They have Soviet-chan. AI art Soviet-chan reading the newspaper and playing old-timey music. I thought that was a pretty good fit for the story, because Vasa is from the USSR. School's about to come in handy. I learned something about this. Let's go. See, I'm not the biggest fan of what's his name? J.J. Abrams, is that his name? The guy who did the new Star Wars? Not the biggest fan of his mystery box idea. I like the idea of it, right? There's a mystery box, and you gotta have intrigue and thought. It's a good way to build hype, but without a solution, it's hard to put it down, you know? All right, back in the day, couriers would often be used to send tips and be intercepted. Ooh, interesting. Couriers. Who's a courier? Is that like a mail person? Meaning a company or employee of a company that transports commercial packages and documents. Oh, cool. How do Vasa and Hana describe? So, courier packages. That could have still been in play at this point. Yes. So. So, courier packages, secret. That's a cool thing. I like that. Yeah. Courier package. Courier tips. Courier tips. That's a good way to do it. The courier tip, that's a potential one. Next, how do Vasa and Hana discover this? Does he pick up? Do they search his room? They find letters, or packages, or do they search his trash and find remaining packages that have weird writing on it? Milk tea is delicious. All right, let's ponder on that. I'm gonna pee real quick. I'll BRB. Whee! I should not bring my microphone with me as I am urinating. because that would be awkward. Okay. A tip could have been handed off to a courier who tried to hide it within the mail load, but he may have been anxious, aroused suspicion, and been intercepted. Very interesting. I am back. Very, very interesting. They intercept a suspicious mailman. A courier, yeah. Courier. Okay, that's a potential thing. Another option. They find letters, and you know, this is a boy who doesn't know very many people other than the people who live in his house. So why would he be getting and sending letters? That's a very valid question. So they find letters and are suspicious of the due to the isolated nature of Yoshi. I like that idea too. And then so he had a pen pal, but how did he get a pen pal, right? It's like, that's weird. He doesn't know that many people. Everyone he knows lives in the building, so why would he have a pen pal, right? So that could be a suspicion. Does he go to school? No, he's homeschooled because he's disabled. Yeah, he's what they would consider an invalid in communist or socialist societies. And I was looking it up, and actually, there's not a lot of what's it called? I got a content ID warning for the music, I think. But we could make him go to school. But yeah, so I was looking up disabled restrooms to see like a way they could like steal the kid and like tear down the walls of a restroom. But then I saw, did communist China have handicapped restrooms and did Soviet Russia have handicapped restrooms? And then something interesting is there was in a 1980 Olympic Games interview, a Western journalist inquired whether the Soviet Union would participate in the first Paralympic Games, scheduled to take place in Great Britain. The reply from the Soviet representative was a swift, firm, and puzzling, "There are no invalids in the USSR," which was radical. When I saw that, I was just like, wow. They do not acknowledge the existence of handicapped people in Soviet Russia. And then I looked up the same thing in China, in communist China. And I said, what did I say? I have it in my search history. Here we go. Where did all the disabled people go is the first results, right? So it's like, wow. Healthy body with a healthy nation. The increasing undesirability of impairment because of the revolutionary endeavors, which sought to mobilize as much of the population as possible, would limit the representation of disabled people across all forms of cultural productions. So, yeah, they, commies don't like them disabled people. So, I would think that the politician of a socialist regime would also, ashamed of the disability, would hide the child, right? Would hide his kid, which would also be a thing that would cause resentment from his son, I think. So, neither did the US at the time, which is interesting since they hated communism. That's true. Very true. Very interesting stuff. First Paralympics was in 1980. And yes, that would have sadly been the case. So I think that the boy would have been homeschooled. Interestingly, though, during World War II, we had our first disabled president, which was FDR. Like obviously disabled. He was in a wheelchair. But even so, I think that the America would also try to hide the, sweep it under the rug if you're disabled. We're not going to try to accommodate you. You have to try to be more, what's it called? We have to look strong, right? So it's very rare for them to have representation of disabled people, which is kind of ableist. I would say more than kind of, but that's history. History is not pretty all the time, yeah? So, yes, he tried to hide it as well, yeah. He would stand up for speeches and different things. But yeah. It's a very interesting part of history. And this is not something I think that I would even look up if I had not been writing this story. So that's cool, right? It's like, yay, historic stuff. That's fun. Yeah. So we're gonna go with a worker at Iwala's place, probably a bodyguard or just, someone. Informs him, someone he talked to, maybe the doctor, worker, or bodyguard. So I don't think the doctor who has been taking care of this kid for however old he is, I think he's gonna be like a teenager, right? Because he fights with his dad. I'm gonna guess 15 or 16. I don't think the doctor would be a rebel, because he's been. We got to make it to where there's an obvious, like, they don't care he's gonna die, or they don't know that he's gonna die without medication, right? So if there's a person, I would assume it would be more of a bodyguard or something, right? So this is fun. Okay. So they find letters and are suspicious due to the isolated nature of Kiyoshi. I think that is a valid thing. They discover maybe a hidden code within the letters, and they're from the courier, probably. I don't know. Because maybe the courier is just giving him these letters to show that... Because the way I would do it, if I were to do secret letters, I would only have the coded message be one way. So that way, when it comes back, it wouldn't be an actual, like, you know, when it comes back, they would not have a coded message. It would just be like, message received, basically. So if they get a letter back, that just means their tip was received. That's how I would do it if I were a rebel. And so my thought process would be like, yeah, it'd be suspicious if he barely knows anyone. I think that if I was a rebel and I had a system of sending tips, I would have only the people sending the tips write in a coded message, or just write straight up, because they can just burn the message as soon as it is. And the courier would probably burn the message after they get the information, destroy it, and then send them a response to the message as if they're pen pals. So it has no coded language, it looks clean. That's how I would do it as a rebel. So it's only like a one-way messaging thing. So that's how I would do it. And I think, because I feel like that's smarter than leaving evidence for police to discover, right? So that's my thought. But they still think it's very suspicious that he gets letters from a pen pal when he doesn't know anybody, right? And the only time he goes out is when he's with his dad, who's a politician. And he just has like a stash of, or maybe just one letter, like, because that one tip would be, oh, hey, by the way, you know, this is a, and then tip received is basically the thing, right? So that's kind of how I would see it. My last tea. Ah, I spilt some. Shoot. Yes. So they grow suspicious at the single letter that's either in the trash or on his desk. And then they go to the courier who just books it, maybe, or something, you know? And that's, they get the guy. He turns out to be a rebel. And they get information out of him. So that's possible. I think that makes it more like realistic. It says, true, though the rebels might include a small slight nod, something that sounds innocent, but in reality is meant to say, we understood what you were trying to say without it being outright. Yes. Yes. So there could be a message inside of the letter that basically just says, message received. Like a coded way of doing that. And if they're Japanese, that would also be kind of hard for me to do. I don't know enough Japanese to be fluent in that. But the letter would also be in Japanese. And so, if they include a small slight nod that sounds innocent, then it would be like a message received sort of thing. And then Vasa and Hana would discover this and be like, that's weird. Why do they have why did this boy have a message or a letter from someone when he's just home all the time? Yeah. I like that we're basically getting into different scenarios every time that we're writing. Maybe we can have an interrogation where we could see the ways Hana and Vasa could bounce off each other, but also do things differently. That's true. Vasa would do things more the Soviet-Russian way, and Hana would do things more, like, I wouldn't say the Japanese way, but as a female Japanese police officer in a socialist country, right? So it's like, that would be interesting. She would also have more of an aggressive way about doing things, I think, just because she's trying to live up to her poster child persona that she's trying to show off, right? And so she would be the bad cop. Vasa would be the scary good cop, right? So the dynamic of that would be interesting. That's interesting. So they have an interrogation scene with the courier, and they discover them. Yeah. Okay, that's an idea. We got it. Okay, I'm gonna end this Q&A here. So, how does Vasa and the police discover that the son was the one who initiated the kidnapping? A worker at Iwao's place told him how to write a tip to the rebels through a courier, and they find letters that are suspicious due to the isolated nature of Hiyoshi, and they interrogate the courier who delivers letters to... Okay, now I gotta figure out how couriers work. Does the same courier always deliver at the same location? That's a question. So is it the same mailman? Probably not. Man, that would make it hard, huh? Okay, so another question. Question number 3, or 4, sorry. How does Vasa and Hana know which mailman or which courier delivered the letter? So maybe they would go to the address that's put on the letter. And maybe that address... Because you don't want it to be obvious, yeah? Would the couriers themselves be involved? It could just be like them delivering it from that location. I want the couriers to be involved. That would be fun because in interrogation scene, yeah. So how does Vasa and Hana know which courier delivered the letter? Do they keep track of that? I don't know. Because the letter wouldn't say what time or day it was delivered. Especially not in the 80s. So how can they discover which person delivered it? And how would the boy know which courier to give it to? Right? So a possibility is that he just sends it to an address, and then the address is where the the rebels are, right? And that's where he discovers Lucy, in that address. That's a possibility. If we want to get the courier involved, though, then the entire mail industry would probably have to be involved, which is... That's difficult, man. Maybe the courier would be... If I remember correctly, it depended on capability. Sometimes it would be the same courier if they could reach the same place frequently enough. Okay. So maybe it's not that they know who delivered the letter, but it's that they visit the post office to find any letters, I don't know, man, any letters that have a specific code in it, like the nod or something. Man, this is hard. So they could visit the post office to discover the courier there. They could know that the courier is the same person, since they deliver to the same place. Yeah, there's a lot of different possibilities. Let's see. So, they can know that the courier is the same person that delivers to the same place. Maybe they question each of the on-duty couriers and lead into one that behaves in the most suspicious manner. That's true. They interrogate each courier. At the post office. Courier. Maybe the assistant received the letter and gave it to the... that way the interrogation starts as a questioning of multiple people and then they zero in on one. Good idea. The assistant may have received the letter and gave it to Kiyoshi. So she's an eyewitness. And can determine at least the size of the delivery man, right? And can narrow down the search. So that's a possibility. Because I would assume, right, that the assistant, she wouldn't always be there, though, right? So maybe they have a maid or something that's always there. Yeah. So maybe a butler or a maid. But they wouldn't have indentured servitude in Soviet Japan, would they? Maybe, I don't know. I think that's more of a British thing to have maids and butlers. But yeah, we can have the assistant receive the letter. And so that could work. I think that works. They go to the post office looking for a man who delivered the letter. And they get all the men there of a certain size who is on duty on a specific date. So she could remember the date and time because she's an assistant. She writes things down. She also thought it was strange that the boy received a letter, so she wrote it down and thought nothing else of it after the fact. Okay, we got it. Okay. Cool. I think that works. I'm going to end the Q&A. And that is how Vasa and the police discover who initiated the kidnapping. Cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and write that. So okay, so last thing I wrote was that the chauffeur was found unconscious on the toilet. Because I wanted to include the toilet. But alright, so thank you. and good ideas on your end as well. And I love how collaborative this is getting. So I'm just enjoying working on it, writing it down. In writing, there's this phrase called "kill your darlings," which means never stay like completely firm on like one idea. And so if there is a darling that you don't want killed, that I killed, then you can write it yourself in your own book or your own short story or your own comic, if you can draw, about Viable. You can just go ahead and make an alternate universe. So that's exciting. As long as you include, Copyleft. So this is fun. I'm enjoying this. Woo! Okay, I'm gonna stretch for a bit because my leg is starting to cramp again. But let's go. All right. Okay, so we're on page 9. And I'm going to show the chauffeur on the toilet, which will be funny. Page 10. We're on page 10. Milestone. Let's go. Okay, so another thing I mentioned before is that I want to start doing more streams, so maybe 3 a week instead of just 1. But I'll have to wake up early before school, because I don't go to school, I teach at a school. So I'll have to wake up early before school to do that. I'm trying to figure out what days to do it on. For you guys, I'm already doing it on a Thursday. So if I do it on a Tuesday, and then, which would be my Wednesday, I have to wake up my Tuesday, which is your Monday. If you're in America, I don't know where you live, but let's see. I was so firm on a certain story ideas in the past, and I had to change them for the good of the story. So I've killed darlings before. So much sounded so cool in my head, but wouldn't be the best. Yeah. I understand that completely. One of those darlings that I have in this story is Lucy doing bang, right? I think that is a very adorable thing, and I'm doing my best to implement that into the work. And the reason why I want to include that is because I want a reference to my favorite anime, which is Cowboy Bebop. So, would that work on a teacher's schedule? Wouldn't want you to be overwhelmed? So my schedule is kind of strange. I work in Japan, so Japan time. I work Monday through Thursday, and I have off Fridays, and I have off Sundays, because I also work Saturdays. And so, for me, today is Friday for me, and it's probably Thursday night for Americans. I don't know if you're in America, I'm just assuming you are. So, it's Thursday night in America right now. I'm doing it based on Central Time, because I lived in that time zone when I was in America. And so, right now in America, it is 3 hours behind what I normally do. I'm sorry, 3 hours behind. So the way it works is you subtract 3 hours from the Japan time, and then you flip it from AM to PM or PM to AM, right? So right now in Japan, it's 1:48 PM. So 1, 12, 11, 10. That means it's 8:48 PM. I'm sorry, it's 10:48 PM Central Time, I think. Let me double check to make sure. It might be 11:48 PM. Central Time Zone, USA. Now. Okay, thanks Google. Hey Siri, what time is it in Central Time? Okay, hold on. I can just find it in my clock. Okay, yeah. Where I live in America, it's almost 11. It's 10. I was right. It's 10:49. So I'm in America, but I know some stuff about time because of waiting for manga releases. Yeah. So for me, if I work in the mornings before I go to school, I would be waking up around 6 a.m. and then working until I have to leave here at around 8:30. So I'd probably I'd actually start streaming at 6 a.m. and I'd wake up at more like 5:30ish, which is incredibly early, but you know. And then I would be getting home at around, yeah, where you are, it's almost midnight. Okay, so yeah, gotcha. Then you're actually closer to like where my sister lives then, which is on a different time zone. But yeah, so yours is 2 hours, and then you flip it, yeah. But yeah, so right now it's almost midnight. So right now for me it's almost 2 p.m. Of tomorrow, right? So I'm in the future technically. So today for you it's the 14th at 11:50. When it hits midnight, you'll be on the same day as me, which is 2 p.m. for me. It'll be midnight for you. So that's kind of how the time works. But yeah, I'd be waking up at around 5:30, and then I get home around 9ish, 8:30 to 9ish, depending on the day. And if I just do it 2 days a week, and then on my off day, then that would be okay. I don't, as a teacher, I don't, like as an English teacher in Japan, I don't have to prepare for my classes at home at all. So it's just like, because the material is already prepped, and they just, you know, I just do what the material is. And so, depending on the student. And so, I don't have to worry about classes or anything on my off days. I'm just working. So that leaves a lot of, not a lot, because I get home at 9. I leave when it's dark. I leave for work when it's dark, or it's starting to get morning, and then I leave way past whenever the time is over. And that's because I do after school and I do normal school. So I teach kids for school, and I teach kids for the after school program as well. So I get home, so my work ends at around 7:30ish. And then I eat dinner, which is until 8, so 30 minutes for dinner. And then it takes about 45 minutes to get back home. So I'm home at around 9. If I go to bed at 10, then I wake up at 5:30, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be 7.5 hours, which is okay. I don't mean to get too nosy or pry, but can you alter anything about your curriculum? As an English teacher, sometimes I help make the curriculum, but it's mostly all preset. Yeah, they have, we teach, for example, we teach phonics, which is like the way you pronounce things in English. And the phonics material is copyrighted, so by my school. And so I can't do anything to change that. I can change small things about it, like I can add more material to help them learn it better, or I can do different things, but it's mostly all preset. The only curriculum that I specifically make is music curriculum, because I'm teaching the kids ukulele as a part of their music curriculum. And then there's like math and social studies and science, which are all based on American learning. It's just done on a low English level. It's more like English as a second language, ESL school, rather than school. So yeah, that's my thing. I can't really change the curriculum too much, except for music, because they just like, here's a ukulele. I already know how to play ukulele. They're like, here's a ukulele class that we're starting. Just do what you want. And I was like, okay, sure. And so I started making music, and on my office work time, and yeah, that's basically what I do for music. But that's at my school. Some schools allow you to have more control over the curriculum. But I like having that structure, so that way I don't have to worry about work whenever I'm not at work. So it's pretty nice. That being said, if I'm going to be doing writing, I will say I have a lot of freedom when it comes to private lessons. So with my private lessons, which is also attached to work, I do private lessons after the after school curriculum. And so with private lessons, it's like a specific student that's trying to get better at a specific thing. And so I'm able to be more malleable with what I teach them there. So interesting. Hope it's been as fun as possible. I mean, it's not for everybody. Some people don't like how rigid the curriculum is, while also how loose the scheduling is. Some people don't like the no Japanese rule, because we're an all English only school. And I'm technically not allowed to talk about my school via my contract, but I can talk about it without saying its name. But yeah, so if you stream and if I stream 3 days a week, I hope it's as smooth and easy as possible. Yeah, me too. It would be rather difficult because I'm kind of a night owl. So if I'm, for example, I'm drinking tea at like 2 p.m. right now. If I stay up, if I have any caffeine, I get jittery, and you know, tea is like one of those perfect in-betweens where it's like not too much caffeine, but not, you know, it can keep me awake, right? So if I have tea past a certain hour, I think like 4 or 5, then I stay up really late. It's like 2 or 3 a.m., which is not good when I have to work the next day. That being said, though, if I'm just disciplined, you know, and I get work done and I go to bed as soon as I get home, and wake up in the morning to write and stream, I think I could do it. It's just, and also I got to make sure to take a shower at night, so that way I just grab my clothes and I'm ready to go in the morning. So I take off my pajamas and then just put on my clothes. I got to make sure to do my laundry on a Sunday, so that way I don't have to worry about dirty clothes and what do I have to wear, you know. So it's all just disciplinary things. I think actually doing streaming in the morning would be helpful for me. And also it's better for people in America because a lot of my friends, especially who live in America, you know, they're also working. They're pretty tired usually, I assume, after like 7 or 8, which is when I've been streaming on my days off. And so if I'm streaming in my mornings a lot earlier, let's say I stream at 6, that's closer to like 3 p.m. on for everyone else. So if I do it Monday and my Monday, my Wednesday, my Friday, that would be y'all's Sunday, y'all's Tuesday, y'all's Thursday. And so in that case, I would be, yeah, where's my calendar? Yeah, in that case, I would be, on y'all's Sunday, it would be around 3 p.m., which would be after church. More people would be able to come. On my Wednesday, it would be y'all's Tuesday, which some of y'all might be able to come after school on 3 p.m.-ish or 4 p.m.-ish, which would be pretty good. And on my Friday, which would be y'all's Thursday, it would be later. So it would be like 7 or 8. So I think that's pretty good. And I wouldn't stream too long. It'd maybe be like the longest I would stream would be on y'all's Thursday, which is my Friday. So if I do that, then I'm streaming 3 times a week, which is kind of ideal when it comes to streaming. And also, if I don't do that, I would only be streaming 52 times a year, which I don't think is enough to get a good amount of writing done. So, I mean, it wouldn't be like awful, but it's just like, it's not much, right? Considering I'm knocking out maybe, last week I did about 8 pages. Yeah, considering I'm knocking out that many pages in a day, I think that if I have more time to work on it, I think it would work all right. Yeah. And sorry, I'm looking at messages right now because my work sends messages. That's another thing I don't like. The application that they use is the same application that I use for messaging my friends. So it's like a mixture of personal life and work life, and I just don't want to see my work stuff when it's my day off. But it's part of my work. I've said that in the review because our contract is coming up again, so I told them I want a different app for work. And so, in something more professional. So that's what I told them. So hopefully I'll be able to not have to worry about work stuff outside of work, right? Completely. And that would be nice. Anyway, what am I doing? Right. So we figured out that I'm going to go ahead and schedule it for y'all's Sunday, which is my Monday morning. It'll be 6 a.m. and it'll be until 8:30 a.m. So I'm going to be doing that. And if I do it until 8:30 a.m., that'll be from 3 p.m. Central Time on a Sunday, 3 p.m. Central Time Sunday to 5 p.m., 5:30 p.m. Central Time Sunday. And for you, that would be 4 to 6:30. Yeah. So that's probably what I'll be doing. And I'll go ahead and schedule that whenever I get off today. Whenever I'm done streaming. I'm gonna go pee again. I need to come up with a better way to say that. I'm going to release myself. I'm going to squeeze the lemon. If you understand that reference. I'll be right back. So. Microphone. Okay, I'm back. But yeah, so that's kind of my plan. I think that for I forgot my train of thought. Lost it, my train. I think that for writing. Yeah, I remember. Okay. I think that for Christmas, after so next week, right? Next week is probably going to be my last week this year, because I'm going back to America on the 23rd, which is y'all's 22nd. I'll be going back to America then, and I'll be visiting with my family, and I'll be back starting the second week of January. So next week will be my last week of streaming for the year. Just a heads up. Okay, back to writing. Having fun. So, the assistant nervously begins explaining her side of the story. Soon after Mr. Yuan went to the stage for the debate, Hiyoshi told me that to take it home, and yada 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 yada. Vehicle was stolen. Our chauffeur was found unconscious on the toilet, the assistant explains. Vasa speaks to Hana, and she relays a message. How did the rebels... Do they know that they're rebels? How did the kidnappers? How did the kidnappers know that what was his name, Hiyoshi, would be in the car at that time. Page 10. The Mr. Yual and the assistant look at each other, unsure of how to answer the question. We're not sure. We're not sure. Yeah. They could know that they're rebels, yeah. They might see ties between the kidnappers and a rising rebel ideology, so they could know they are rebels. Yeah. And also Vasa's there for the political nature of it, so it's likely that they're rebels. Mr. Yual and the assistant look at each other, unsure of how to answer the question. We're not sure ourselves. Hana turned to Vasa. And now we're going to switch from Japanese to Russian. I don't know how I'm going to do this with bubble writing, but okay. Let's just assume that speaking in Russian. They don't know. So they would, like, in Japanese, they would say "shiteimasen," and then Vasa would know that because that's a simple Japanese word. We don't know. Hana turns to Vasa, speaking in Russian. I don't know. How do I even do that with word bubbles? That is because in a lot of Japanese manga, they would have English, and then underneath it, they would say it in Japanese. I've seen some manga write in English but say, it's this language, but it probably would be better to have them change language. Yeah, so I've seen in The New Prince of Tennis, in The New Prince of Tennis, he's introduced... Why is this so small? I'm gonna make this bigger. Yeah. In The New Prince of Tennis, he starts out in America, right? So you're introduced to... The New Prince of Tennis is a sequel to The Prince of Tennis, set in America. And the way they write it in Japanese, this is the Japanese book, by the way. They first write it in English. Oh, I can't even show it. This, yeah. So this train is bound for blank blank airport, stand clear of the closing door, right? So they straight up write it in English and then put a translation underneath it. So it would be rather annoying to to include that. Yeah, and because he's in New York right here, right? So he wrote, I wonder if I'm getting senile, right? Because a tennis ball comes up and hits his whistle, and he just drops it, and he's like, I wonder if I'm getting senile. He doesn't really notice how that happened. And then on the third page, Yoma throws his racket onto the closing doors and slides himself in. And then you can see like actual English, like, oh my god, and holy crap, and wow, amazing, whoa, amazing is what they put there. And underneath it, they just have the Japanese translation. But there is some weird English in here. It's like, hey, you dropped something, Miracle Boy. It's like, Miracle Boy, no one says that. But yeah, that could work. Yeah, I could get help with translations. Probably through what's it called? Fiverr. You know, Fiverr. Or like just find a translator. You know. So yeah, so this is called Shin Tennis no Oji-sama, which is the new Prince of Tennis, and it's the sequel to The Prince of Tennis. And this manga is still ongoing. And there's actually an anime and OVA of the new Prince of Tennis. And he's still in middle school, but I think they're about to graduate. And then they go to a high school. I'm gonna start saying Miracle Boy now. They go to a camp, like a tennis camp, and that includes high schoolers and Yoma's brother, Yoga. And yeah, so just a bunch of new characters are introduced that expands on the Prince of Tennis world. I would say it's not. I found like the high school dynamic of the original Prince of Tennis, not the high school, the middle school. I forget they're all middle schoolers because they're drawn like freaking adults, but the middle schooler dynamic where they go to each school and there's a rival school and they have tournaments and stuff, I found that very entertaining. And the new Prince of Tennis is all based in a camp, so it's more like individual, like one-on-one. They have a lot of references to the previous schools. Everyone from all of these schools are coming together at this camp. And that's the new Prince of Tennis. And it's like, there's a lot of weird teachers, like eccentric teachers, that one's like a mountain man, and there's like other stuff. It's very interesting. An interesting direction that they took it. But yeah, that's the new Prince of Tennis. And I don't know if you've been hearing the boop boop, but that's my messaging app notification from work. I'm trying to figure out how to mute it. I don't know if I can. Oh, I can. Boop. Muted it. Cool. But yeah, that's the new Prince of Tennis. It's really fun. Why did I show that? Translation, yeah. So I can have it written in Russian and then have a translation underneath it. That's one way to do it. Yeah, so only an OVA. I wonder if they'll animate it full length soon. A lot of iconic series are getting sequels. That's true. Prince of Tennis is... You got a writing stream. The Prince of Tennis is very... It was very popular when it first came out. Though the new Prince of Tennis isn't nearly as popular as the original was. Yeah, I rewatched the last stream. The one I missed in the message sound was in that too. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I need to figure out how to get that. So this one was very, very popular in Japan. It's actually, surprisingly, it's a shonen manga, but it was very popular with women. And so they have a musical, live action musical called Tenimyu, which mostly appeals to the female demographic. I liked it as a guy, and I actually liked because it's a sports manga. It was really fun. And so this series ended, but the new Prince of Tennis, which is its sequel, was very it has an anime. It has a season 1, and then it has OVAs. This one had a lot of episodes, and then in its final arc it did a bunch of OVAs. And so it might still be, yeah. Yeah, so the national tournament, which was the final arc, was the OVAs. They had 13 episodes. Oh, no, they had many, many more episodes. Yeah. So, yeah. The Prince of Tennis 2, this is the new Prince of Tennis. Shin Tennis no Oji-sama. And so, yeah. And it's funny because in the first episode, they have a really, really obviously Japanese person voice acting as an American, which they do all the time with English. And here's the OVA, which has 7 episodes. And the last, they have another one, so they have 2 sets of OVAs. So I didn't know that. I only thought they had the first one. Okay. And they recently had a movie which was 3D animated and hilariously stupid. The thing is about Prince of Tennis, the actual series is relatively grounded, but I mean, it gets kind of ridiculous with their like special moves or whatever. And the what's it called? The movies, however, get so over the top and stupid and hilarious that it's like a so bad it's good sort of vibe on every movie that they made, and I love them. So I highly recommend watching the movies if you want to see how stupid it can get. But yeah, this one is still a part of the new Prince of Tennis. Yeah. So the most recent one they released was this, the Prince of Tennis U17 World Cup, and it was in 2022, so 2 years ago. And they're in Germany. Cool. Yeah, so I don't know if they're gonna make more. I don't know if they've announced more, but that is the most recent, I think, that they have. Yeah. They may come up with more, but they've been doing the second one for 2015. Yeah, they jumped from 2015 to 2021, so it took them like 6 years to make the next OVAs. That's wild. Anyway, that being said, are the movies canon? No. So the most recent movie was the Roma, the Prince of Tennis, and I saw it in theaters. It was 3D animated, and I kid you not, the plot of this is about Ryoma and I forgot her name because she rarely shows up. Yuzaki. Anyway, she's the girl who first shows. She was supposed to be like the initial protagonist, but then it just like focused on Ryoma and only Ryoma. But anyway, she and him are in America. He plays tennis so hard that he time travels. And he meets his younger dad in America, his younger self in America, and then he's able to call it's a musical also. Forgot to mention that. I didn't know of the musical when I first went to see it, and that it just made me laugh because of how ridiculous it was. And it was yeah. And the reason why this is Tezuka, he's the captain of the team. Yeah, this is a wild movie, man. Tezuka, who's the captain of the team, and this guy who's the captain of another team, he's able to call his team members through a magical phone, like just a. He doesn't have a cell phone. It's like one of those, those coin phones, whatever. He hears it ringing, he picks it up, and then he has the musical number calling him. And It's just ridiculously stupid. At the end, the plot is resolved, and then they have a dance number tennis match with everyone who he hasn't even, and they include people he hasn't even met yet, because that's part of the new Prince of Tennis. They include them as a part of the dance number. They're dancing and singing and playing tennis, and he travels back forward in time. It's funny. It's a good movie. I highly recommend it just for the stupidity of it. It's so good because of how bad it is. I feel like it was intentionally made that way, though, you know? Like, they knew what they were doing when they made this. And it's also 3D animated, so they're like going full in on, let's make this as silly as possible. If you're a follower of the series, it's just a weird, yeah. If you're a follower of the series, this is just a weird side story that obviously makes no sense at all in the context. Because again, the most outrageous things that happen in the Prince of Tennis is that their moves get ridiculous. You have something like in the first few volumes, you meet this guy who does something called the snake shot, which is a buggy whip shot that goes around the pole, right? And then you have Tezuka, who's the captain of the team. He's able to do something called the zero shiki drop shot, which basically is a drop shot that when it lands, it has so much spin on it that it just rolls back without bouncing. That is the extent of ridiculousness when it comes to tennis that this show gets to, like on a normal thing. You don't time travel and start musical numbers through a magical phone, right? It's super silly. And the first movie is also very silly. They play tennis on a boat in the middle of a tsunami. They go Super Saiyan. They know what they're doing in these movies. They're intentionally making it incredibly silly. There's two movies. There's the Prince of Tennis film. Oh, this is the live action. They have the tennis musical people. They made their own film, which was also really stupid. This is the animated one. Ryoma Rebirth, the Prince of Tennis. No, that's the 3D animated one. There was a 2D animated one too. Anyway, there was the 2D animated one that was ridiculously silly. And he basically becomes Super Saiyan. So the movies are like, the series is relatively grounded. They have the most ridiculous that it gets are the impossible tennis shots that they do. Yeah, he basically, he's playing tennis with his brother on a yacht in the middle of a tsunami, and they both kind of go Super Saiyan in the middle of the tennis match, and it's just ridiculous, yeah. But in the series, in the series, you can at least logically think, okay, maybe that could potentially be possible if you have superhuman strength and are able to put that much spin on a ball, or if you're that accurate that you can hit the ball with the side of your racket and smash it instead of using your actual, face, which is counterproductive, but whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of different moves that they have in Prince of Tennis that are just really silly. But it's still kind of grounded, right? The movies just go, nah, let's do time travel and sing about it. It's really funny. I really enjoy the hilarity of the movies of Prince of Tennis. They like take the silliness and they ramp it up to 11, and it's just it's very nice. And yeah, that's kind of also what I want with my manga. I don't want, obviously, everything to be silly about it. I don't want to make my manga silly. What I'm writing is relatively serious and it has some lighthearted moments, but it's mostly just kind of a grounded historic drama about a detective. I want people to be able to take that and make the most silly thing ever if they want. Like me and Caleb and Rihanna earlier, we were talking about how Mr. Iwao was instead named Mr. Uwu, and how the entire time he's like, please get me my son back, please. It's just like so silly. And I'm like, if you actually genuinely write that, I will include it on my website. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, I like silly stuff. I like it being ridiculous, you know. When I was trying to figure out the name for Mr. Iwao, Caleb suggested Mr. Cuddle Buns or something. What did he say? He said Captain Snugglepants Chan is what he said. So I was like, okay, you know. So yeah, you can make any idea, no matter how stupid, and I will include it on my website. So I like silly stories, and honestly, whenever I'm finished with this series, I kind of want to make my own side story about the series as well. I want to make it more like a lighthearted slice of life, like after the fact, after everything has been resolved and everything, and you know, watch Lucy grow up and different things. So sorry I got on that tangent. But anyway, let's I'm 3 hours in. Let's see. Let's write what we were talking about. Okay, so Hana turns to Vasa. They start speaking in Russian. Yeah, dude, expand the universe. Absolutely. Absolutely. In Russia. They start speaking in Russia. They teleport to Russia. Spoilers, we know Lucy survives the series now. Does she? Like I said, I want the after fact to maybe be a alternate universe. So you know, have you ever seen like Attack on Titan, right? They have an alternate universe story, a manga, where they have a bunch of chibi versions of Attack on Titan characters going to school. So it's like the school version. Yeah, they play tennis so hard that they go to Russia. Suddenly, Vasa and Hana start playing tennis so hard that they go to Russia. That's funny. Okay, Hana turns to Vasa and they start speaking in Russia. Yeah, so Attack on Titan has on Titan in school. They have their own little junior high, and it's got a lot of the characters. Some of them have died in the series, but they're just at school. You know, it's a junior high school version of Attack on Titan, and it's a silly, kind of funny. They have an anime? I didn't know that. I knew they had a manga. I gotta watch the anime. But yeah, it's kind of a comedy version using the same characters and their personalities. And then they might Flandernize the characters a bit to where they're, I don't know if you heard the word Flanderization. Yeah, Attack on Junior High School. Attack on Titan Junior High. I'm telling you, man, these spin-offs, I love these spin-offs. They're just so silly. I haven't actually read it, but like just the thought of it is just, what? And so I want many of these for Viable as well. Yeah, so it's a thing. It's hilarious. I'm gonna watch the anime later, but yeah. I didn't know it had an anime. And that's the beauty of Copyleft. It encourages people to do that if they want to. Yeah. So, you know. I want a bunch of silly stuff. Anyway, I was saying something and I forgot. So, do we know if Lucy survives the series or not? No, we don't. We'll find out at the end of the series. But yeah, so some of the characters had died in the actual anime. But yeah, they were revived in the junior high version of the anime. So, my manga. Maybe not so like outside of the realm of Viable, but still like obviously different. I want to see like a world where Lucy can grow up, right? So that's kind of what I want to implement. I forgot what I was going to look up. Anyway. Oh, hi, it's me. Yes. Sorry, I went on an hour spiel about Prince of Tennis and Hana and Vasa speaking in Russian. Hana turns to Vasa and they start speaking in Russian. They, what do you think? Wow. Such good words, Josh. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? No, it was my fault, to be honest, for the tangents. It's okay. Honestly, I have all the time in my life to work on this. So, I enjoy. I'm very extroverted, um, in many ways, and I think having people be there while I work is one of the ways I enjoy working. I actually get really frustrated and maybe like more down, I guess, feelings wise when I'm alone. So having you here and getting me on these tangents actually like make me happier. So I appreciate you. But I would say like generally it's weird. I'm like a learned introvert. I'm more extroverted because I like having people here and talking to me and me being able to talk. But like I'm okay with being alone if I have to be, and I like video games and manga. So like most of my time reading is by myself, and most of my time playing games is by myself. So it's a very interesting thing about me. I don't know. It may be because like I'm reading stories, so I don't know. I'm happy if me and other viewers can do that. Yes, me too. I appreciate you hopping on. It's a lot of fun, and that's also why I asked my friend Caleb to join. He's probably asleep by now though, because he works on Fridays, and it is almost midnight. Pretty late for you, isn't it, man? It's probably like 12:32. Okay. So, what are your thoughts? Hana asks. If they don't know, how the kidnappers knew. If they don't know, then that means I think there was someone who gave a tip to the kidnappers. Seeing as they don't know, however, we need to look around. But the only people who could have known were Mr. Yuval. Oh, the Russian music ran out. Loop. And back to the beginning. Okay, the only people who could have known were Mr. Yuval, the assistant, interrupts, and the boy, and Hiyoshi himself. Himself. Hiyoshi himself. Right. Ask them if we can investigate his room. Alright. So, I gotta remember, so... Ooh, I think that's pretty good dialogue. I don't know, I'm just writing it. But Mr. Iwao and the assistant look at each other, unsure of how to answer the question. We're not sure ourselves, Hana turns to Vasa, and they start speaking in Russian. What are your thoughts? Hana asks. I think there was someone who gave a tip to the kidnapper, but the only people who could have known were Mr. Iwao, the assistant, Hana interrupts, and Hiyoshi himself. Right. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure to write that Vasa. Vasa says, responds. I think there was someone who gave it to the kidnappers, but the only people who could have known were Mystery of all the assistants. Good. Alright, so I think that's a good way that Vasa realizes that Hiyoshi was involved with the kidnapping himself. Because the only people who could have been involved, who could have known that Hiyoshi was going to be in that car at that time, was Mr. Iwao, the assistant, and Hiyoshi himself. And so Vasa is already clearly suspicious of Hiyoshi's Does that sound good? Does that sound logical? It sounds alright, but you know, maybe the driver, but the driver wouldn't even know that at that time, at that specific time, that he would be able to be kidnapped, right? So, yeah, I think that works. Okay, cool. I'm gonna pee again. I got my bladder. I'm gonna. Yeah, I can't come up with something. Squeeze the lemon. That's just a funny way of saying it. By the way, that reference is from Get Smart, the movie, I think. I think it's Get Smart. Yeah, maybe? I forget. The actor for that is the one who said it, at least. What was his name? Okay, that's still small. Okay, that's it. Ow! For investigators, them deducing it based on the context they have works. I agree. Okay, cool. Is that the same size? Around the same size. Okay. Cool. I'll be RB. Yeah. I remember the actor's name. His name was Steve Carell, or is Steve Carell? Steve Carell? Steve Carroll? Steve. He played Michael in The Office. Was it Get Smart? I think it was Get Smart. Pretty sure. Squeeze the lemon. I'm gonna look that up. Squeeze the lemon. Did it Get Smart? Yep. Yep, it was in the airplane. Yeah. He tells Anne Hathaway about how he has to squeeze the lemon. Yeah. Such a funny word. Yeah. So, Get Smart. That also had The Rock in it. It's a good movie. I'm weird. I like movies. I guess it's not weird, but I have a very strong memory for media content. Okay, let's see if I can shrink this to be more like
No, not what I wanted.
Okay, that's the right size. Then I just need to drag it down. Good enough. Okay. Anyway. Okay, so next page, they're inside the room. Which is relatively empty. Obviously he was, the boy is relatively, the boy is kind of, he's disabled. And so there wouldn't be a lot of things in his room, I would assume. Just a bed, maybe a table. So there's a bed, a table, and maybe a TV. They wouldn't have back then they would have a CRT TV. And a nightstand. Is that what they call it? Yeah. What's a TV table called? I guess they're just called TV stands. Okay. There's a bed, a nightstand, a table, and a television stand with a CRT on it. Next to the table. Yes. Next to the table are a couple of trash cans. And Vasa notices a letter inside of one. Okay. What do we decide about the letter? We decided that that's right, that the assistant knew, the assistant received the letter from the courier, and she remembers who delivered it. Cool. I'm liking this, man. This is interesting. I don't know. I feel proud of this. I feel like it's like one of those things where I'm just like, yeah, this is working. This is nice. I feel this way every time I write, and that's why I want to write more. And I like to think about, what if this happens? What if that happens? How could this be better, right? And so, and I really like detective shows, like Detective Conan. I'm on, in my anime, I'm on episode 238 of Detective Conan. Out of 1,000 or so episodes, it's longer than One Piece. I've been watching that a lot lately. And so 238 episodes, 30 minutes each. That's insane. Yes. And so I always feel like I have to think when I'm writing, and I like that feeling. Because it's the same whenever I'm watching a detective show. I have to think whenever I'm watching it in order to solve it before Conan does. And so here I'm just like, okay, we came up with this idea that the detectives would realize that there's a letter in the trash when this is an isolated kid, and they're just making logical deductions that make sense, that are that align with the world's lore, or the situation. And that just feels good, you know? A lot of things that frustrate me whenever I'm watching bad TV or bad movies is that they don't really consider like character motivation. Like all of a sudden this is happening, or all of a sudden this person feels this way, right? There's no consistency. or no reason why they feel that way. I saw that there was like, oh, I forgot what it was, but I saw either a show or a movie where a character just randomly got angry for a small little thing when they had been consistently shown that they were relatively cool-headed, and so it came out of nowhere that that person would get angry. And while technically more realistic, sometimes people just randomly get angry when they're normally cool-headed, it just felt out of place in stories. And so I like story consistency, and I like logical consistency, and it makes me feel more immersed whenever things are lining up. I'm currently considering writing a detective series with fantasy elements, and I'm hoping I can think up good mysteries for that. Yes, do it! Honestly, I'm having a lot of fun writing, and I highly recommend it for anyone else. Actually, I actually thought of an isekai a while ago. This is when I was still trying to come up with ideas for a story. So this was before Viable. I came up with an isekai idea about this kid who was huge into like detective books, like Sherlock Holmes and all this other stuff. But then he got isekai'd. And so instead of, yes, it's always good when things fall into place. But then he gets isekai'd into a fantasy world. And so instead of becoming like a warrior and someone who fights and everything, he instead just becomes a detective in this fantasy world. And so he figures out different ways to solve fantasy crimes, like ogres doing this, or a cat person doing this, you know. So it's just that's kind of the idea that I originally had. But then I was like, I don't really want it, you know. That was me. That was during the isekai craze when I was still reading like fantasy isekais and stuff. But you know, I think other people had that idea too, so it's not like strictly my own. But I'm just throwing that out there in the ether of story ideas if you want it. So yeah. I'm really good at concepts. I've come to find out I can like make an idea, but it's very rare for me to like make it into fruition. So my main idea with Viable was a little girl that only a single person can see, and I don't want to spoil too much of Viable, but the initial plot twist of Viable is also in my initial concept. So that was how Viable came to be. A detective who's the only one that can see a little girl. That was just the initial concept I came up with, and this entire story formed from that, thanks to Ben, who came up with the background for it, the historic background. And you know, thanks also to you for helping me out with writing the first chapter. So yeah, I'm having a lot of fun, man. This is just falling into place. I'll just say one trash can, not a couple. Next to the table is a trash can. Trash bin. Because a bin, when I say trash bin, I think of a smaller can. When I think of a trash can, I think like a big can. So this is a trash bin inside of it. He lifts it up and he would lift it up with gloves, yeah? I can start with a small concept, but working out the full concept around it usually takes me a while. Yeah, I can understand that too. I'm much more collaborative too, so like I throw ideas at people, and if they want to, you know, do whatever they want with it, that's really fun. I came up with a video game idea for Viable as well, where it's a lot like Pokemon Snap. It's like a mixture of Pokemon Snap and like a what's called, like kind of the same sort of tank controls as the old Resident Evil or Silent Hill series. But whenever you go to like the view portion of it, it becomes first person, right? And so I thought that's why I first came up with that's why I designed Lucy as a 3D model, because initially my friend was going to help me. My friend Nick, yeah, was going to help me with that, but I haven't really talked to him in a while about that. But yeah, that was the initial idea for if I were to make Lucy and Vasa, the Viable, into a video game. That's what I would do. It would be basically just a simple detective game that uses the same sort of concept as Pokemon Snap, where you scan for different elements of the scene, and then you make logical deductions using those elements, and then you present the evidence to the main person who you're presenting it to, which would be like I guess Hana or Vasa's superior, right? So that was the idea for the video game of Viable, which one day, if I have enough money, I would love to do. He would use gloves because they're searching for evidence, so they wouldn't want to mess anything up. Yep. Yes. He puts on his gloves. His gloves. And would it be a letter inside, or would it be an envelope? Like an opened envelope. Or both. Oh, the specificities of things. I'll say both. Yes, exactly. It would be like, if you're struggling with solving the puzzle, Lucy would help you by doing silly things that is very creative, yeah, with her imagination. Yeah, it would be both, yeah. And Vasa, an envelope. Yeah, so when it comes to making money with art, though, my initial thought was, okay, I can make a manga. That's relatively quick compared to, like, I can do that on the side. Some people go out of their way to do video games on the side, and I think that would take years, for me at least. And then I thought, okay, well, I can do stickers. And stickers are like from, so I use an application called Line, but also WhatsApp uses stickers, and iMessage also uses stickers. And basically, those stickers, you can buy stickers that would then be sent as like basically like emojis, right? So it's like it'd be sent via the messaging app. And you can create those and sell them for like, I think $2 each or $3 each. And there's a very few amount of animated stickers, and I know quite a bit about animation, so I can make animated stickers. I was originally thinking of, okay, maybe I'll do that with Viable. I'll make animated stickers of Lucy, and then make money that way. But I think that the revenue that would come from that would not be enough to support myself. So I also thought, okay, I need enough money to support myself, but I also need enough time to do what I want to do. So the video game would be enough money to support myself, but it would not be time efficient. It would take so much time to make it. The manga is time efficient. It's like it's the best of both worlds. I would make enough money to support myself, and it would be time efficient. And the stickers are time efficient, very time efficient, but I wouldn't have enough money to support myself. So I went with manga, and also I love reading manga and I love making stories. So, and so with this website, I made this in 2022 after deciding that, and yeah, it's just history from there. And I figured out fundraiser, you can do that. I made it Copyleft. So, yeah. Haha. Yes, it would not be viable on my schedule to do a game. That's correct. So funny. No, you're fine. I love corny jokes. I want to be a dad one day, so I must acquire a good taste for the dad jokes. He puts on his gloves and Vasa an envelope. He just becomes an envelope. He sees an envelope. Sees an envelope and a letter inside. He puts on his gloves and lifts them up, showing them to Hana. And Hana opens up an evidence bag. Do they have evidence bag in the 80s? I think so, yeah?
Сказать вам правду, но как начать? Пожалуй, лучше мне промолчать.
1980s.
Что вас люблю, о нет, нельзя утаю. Вчера вы рано.
Rogue question, what did the 80s police evidence bag look like in America? You trying to entrap me, Copper? That's funny. Yeah, I'm sure they had it. They had to have had evidence bags, yeah. It would go into a paper bag, a carton box. Early crime scene processing wasn't very effective, so investigators weren't gathering a lot of evidence. They would have used paper bags, wooden crates, or really anything available to collect the murder weapon, or something akin. They simply removed her corpse and quickly washed away the blood. Wow. So they just straight up destroyed evidence. Whoops. Okay. Invented. Murder bag. Forensics kit. Police officers at crime scenes. Invented in 1924. Good, they had them. Cool. As he places them in the... Okay. I like having whole pages where there's no dialogue. So this would just be them walking in, him picking it up, and putting it inside the bag. And then page 12. Now why would a young disabled man... Now why would a disabled young man who never leaves his house have a pen pal? Plaza. Hana. What does Hana do? She turns to the assistant. Doobie doobie doo, Scooby doo. Hana, in a moment of realization, turns to the assistant. I like how competent I'm making these characters feel. Because a lot of times, I watch different things and I see different stories, or I find different video games about detectives, and sometimes they just seem so dumb, you know? It's like, oh, you can't continue until you say this very specific line, and it's like, okay, but why? You know, it's like, I already know the answer. But here it makes like when Vasa says this, that's just like, oh, that is a good question. Huh, that makes sense. Yeah, often for the plot, detectives are made silly, for sure. Han, in a moment of realization, turns to the assistant. Have you seen this letter before? Yes, she declines. I received it. We received it in the mail, and it was addressed to him. So I gave it to him. That's called a run-on sentence. And should have a comma there. So you received it in the mail, comma, and it was addressed to Hiyoshi, comma, so I gave it to him. See how it has three independent clauses? It's normal to speak this way, but it's not normal to write this way. It's considered improper. I don't know if I should keep it like that. I'll just do that. Yay, grammar Nazis. Or grammar socialists. Ha! Okay. We received it in the mail. It was addressed to Hiyoshi, so I gave it to him. Did you see the courier? Does she remember the courier? Yeah, I agree. Also, there's if you look at like Mark Twain, for example, he wrote, like, he knew how to properly write, but he would include different sorts of Southern dialogue when he wrote. Like, he would use like shouldn't like it says shouldn't y'all live, you know, so he would include stuff like that. Shouldn't y'all live? So that's because someone is speaking, and like you said, some speak that way. That's true. That's true. And actually, grammar rules are meant for clarity. So if you want to learn how to speak better and describe things better, it's usually good to learn how to speak with correct grammar. It's much easier to understand. That's the whole purpose for grammar rules. Technically, words are subjective, right? So language is subjective. You can say whatever, bibbidi boobidi babbidi boo, and it would make sense to someone, right? It's subjective. But the reason why we have grammar is to make it, to standardize its clarity and make it as easy as possible to understand. So, can you describe the mailman? Hi, mailman! Ah! SpongeBob. Can you describe the mailman? I want to... Let's give a description. Let's give us something, a strange thing about a mailman. He could be old. He could be an old, somewhat fragile-looking man. And... Or maybe he has a scar or something to make him easily identifiable. Okay. Let's do a poll. I like these polls. Okay. Start a Q&A. Let's make a description of the courier. Description of the courier. How should he look? Of the rebel courier. Boom. Okay. So that is our next thing. Let's make a description of the rebel courier. The rebel. La, la, la. That's one thing living in Japan has done to me. It has made my L's and R's get mixed up. Okay. Delete that. Okay. A scar would work because it shows he's been near combat. Yes. Could work. But if we have a Japanese courier, 1980s. They didn't have Uber Eats in the 80s. Could just be a young man. Could be an older fella. Or it could be traditional garb. That's like a traditional postman. That's interesting. Though I would expect this is what he would more look like. Or something like this, probably. Maybe this? Yeah, something like that. And he just has a scar on his cheek. Old, frail, but not super old, so he can be nimble and quick. He can still have some hair and a long scar on his cheek. Yep. I'll go with that. That's a good description. Well, he was... He was an older gentleman. Probably in his... with gray hair and probably in his 60s. Oh, and he had a scar on his cheek too. There we go. And then Vasa says, "Got him!" And then he plays tennis and teleports to the post office. There's an older gentleman with glasses. Worse glasses. We push. He had a habit of pushing up his glasses. Maybe not the scar then, huh? Because that sounds like obviously evil. But, should I keep the scar? I don't know, the glasses thing is also obviously evil. It's like, or smart, like, you know? Especially if he pushes it with his middle finger. Let's see. And then Vasa announced got him and killed all the old men in the post office. The end. They found the boy, he was alive and well, and he just killed everyone. JK lol. What does Vasa and the police discover? Yeah. Okay. All right, so. All right, so they have that. I'm gonna go with that. That'll work. I'm gonna end the Q&A. Oh. I don't have to. I can just go to chat. Ah. Okay. I guess I can end Q&A. Neato. Alright, so... Now why would a disabled young man who never leaves his house have a pen pal? Anna, in a moment of the realization, turns to the assistant. Have you seen this letter before? Yes, we received it in the mail. It was addressed to Hiyoshi, so I gave it to him. Vasa interrupts in his Russian. Vasa interrupts in Russian. Ask her about the courier. Can you describe the courier who delivered it to you? Anna asks. He was an older gentleman, with gray hair and probably in his 60s. He had a habit of pushing up his glasses. Alright. Okay, so now that we got the description of the suspect, they can follow the lead, yeah? So they're like, alright, let's follow this lead. And, Vasa bows and takes his leave. Anna follows behind him. I can start that on page 12, yeah? Page 13. Why'd you ask about the courier? She asks. And then there's a hidden message on the letter that basically says message received. How would Vasa realize that? And how do we write the letter to where it has that message in it? That is a good question. And how do we do it in Japanese? How do you say message received in Japanese? Message. Probably an archaic way of saying it. Tsushinbun. Hitotsu de. Tsuhou. Dengon. Meru. Okay, new question. We need to figure out the code, yeah? Okay. How does what's in the message indicates the Vasa? What is hidden in the message that indicates the Vasa that the rebels were informed by Hiyoshi? What indicates to Vasa? What is hidden in the message that indicates to Vasa that the rebels were informed by Hiyoshi? Okay. I was thinking maybe Vasa doesn't know much Japanese, right? But the name on the letter could be in katakana, and it could be how many letters is message received? It would be in English, yeah, because the Americans are the ones trying to do rebellion in Japan, so it might be a good idea to make it English. And so Vasa was able to decode that, and also the audience could figure it out themselves if they see the message as well. So how do we get message received in English from a Japanese letter? That is a good question. Okay, so how about in Japanese, the letters of Japanese is like, let me see. In Japanese, there's a, I, u, e, o, kaki, ku, ke, ko, right? A, I, u, e, o, kaki, ku, ke, ko. So what you could do is have like ma, e, fa, fa, a, ge, e, right? Something like that. Words that have that in the, well, we have it in katakana. So So this is something that I think ChatGPT would be good for. Should I open up ChatGPT? Because they can have like a Japanese letter that has a hidden text saying message received, maybe like on the side of it. But Basa wouldn't know kanji, but he would know katakana. And so maybe the katakana of the letter would include the words. If you would take the first letter of each katakana, it would include the words message received. So me, me, be, ji. Right, message is message, right? The only way you can figure this out if you do know katakana though. So me, se. I'm gonna try ChatGPT. Okay, let's go to ChatGPT. All right. Okay. Gentlemanly flirting tips. All right. So I've used ChatGPT before, particularly to come up with like titles of live streams and different things. Also, gentlemanly flirting tips. I am going to delete that. No, I was trying to come up with I was trying to write that for a story. Okay, don't hate me. No, I'm kidding. I was just trying to be flirty. Okay, so let's come up with. Could you write a word, a letter in Japanese, where the first letter of every katakana word would spell out to say message received in English. Let's see if it does it. That's interesting. Okay. To create a letter in Japanese where the first letter of every katakana word spells out message received in English, we need to select words that start with katakana characters corresponding to the English letters. Please note that this may not be a common or natural way to write a letter in Japanese, as its creative and playful approach. Here's an example. Maskato engine sochayu service. Message. Message application swiftly transmit information. What? Diohane. That doesn't make sense. Oh, that's what they're doing. They're giving me an example. RMEDGED. What? I don't think they understood the assignment. Yeah, that's not what I'm asking at all. All right. Thank you. That was embarrassing. Okay, so katakana, huh? I gotta make puzzles. Okay, so me. Energy. No, that's E. Ba. The. Yeah, so Man, that'll be hard. Anime. Ah. Higuge. Ga. Eh. So something like that, where it would be good message, right? Because the first part, because if you actually write this in like Romaji, it would be me, sa, se, a, ga, right? And if you take the first letters and capitalize them, E, S, S, A, G, that spells message, right? So, message, right? So if they figure out a way to do that, and then, yeah. Ah, that's hard. Let me try ChatGPT again. I don't know if they'd be able to do it. If you write a letter in Japanese where the first letter of every katakana word spell out message received in English. Okay. For example, the first letter of me is M. I'll just do mami, mume, or mo. Ma. Ma. Ni. Mu. Ne. Or mo is M. For example, no, it's M. Minna mainichi shigoto. M-E. That's double M's. Come on. I don't think it understands. Message. Okay, well, I'll just have to write a letter in Japanese to figure that out. Yay. Yay, secret letters. Okay. Or maybe it's like going down the line. You know how sometimes like you're typing in English? My name is Josh, and sometimes we eat pizza. Don't capitalize it. Eat pizza on the dock. It is sometimes silly, but we like to see the world in a new light sometimes. Okay. So this is an example. apparently there are some new gifts to be given at the elegant restaurant we went to. All right, see how that? So on the left, it's on the left here, MESSAGE. Right. So I just wrote gibberish, but they could do it with a more comprehensive letter, but in Japanese. Yeah. So that's an idea. That would take a lot of time. I have to come up with that over time. I could do it now, but I feel like it'd take a lot of time. So I'm gonna use the restroom again because I'm just in a weird. Yeah. Something like that, maybe. So what was his name? Yoshi? Yeah. So do mama, like mother. Mainichi. 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 手紙をI don't know. Arigato, right? Something shite arigato. So thank you for always sending me a letter. They say mainichi in katakana. And then he sees something with right? Excellento, right? Something like that. And then he just reads down the line, message received, yeah. So something like that. I think. He then reveals how the beginning letters of the katakana I don't know Japanese. He replies. But I do know katakana. And English. Yes, thank you, Imagine Rejector. I'm going to go ahead and probably stop the stream soon, too. I appreciate you for coming and helping out. And I'm just going to finish up this page real quick, and I'll end the stream. Yeah. So thanks for popping in. I had a lot of fun. And I'll see you again next time. I'll go ahead and schedule the next stream if you'd like to join. It'll probably be Monday, your Monday, at 4 p.m. So I'll see you then. Yeah. If you look down the lines of the letter and take the... No problem, man. Have a good one. If you look down the lines of the letter and take the... If you look at the... Look at the katakana, kata, the words written in katakana. The first letter in English of those words. Words spell out Message received. And then the page will kind of show, the deduction being made in a visual way. All right. And with that, we finished 13 pages total out of 75. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right, everybody. Thank you for popping in. If you came in, I want to thank Imagine Rejector for helping me a lot. I want to thank Caleb for saying hi and making jokes. I want to thank Rihanna for popping in and saying hi. I had a blast today, and I hope that we'll have just as much fun next time. I'll see you guys on Tuesday at 3 p.m. Central Time. All right. I'll see you guys next time, and happy Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and have a good night. All right. Bye, everyone.